It's a place where heroes are born and legends are created. Many will come to conquer it, but only one will tame it. This one person will be our champion. Their time is now. The mountain is calling.
With the regular season over, that doesn't mean the end of racing here at V8's Online, because Oceanic Sim Racing has gathered together the best sim racers in Australia for the Oceanic Sim Racing Race of Champions 7. Supporting the McGrath Foundation, please dig deep, donate generously, and of course, in memory of Todd Galvin. V8's Online crew, I'm Leo Gray, bringing you the broadcast for tonight. With me in the commentary booth tonight, Clayton Brooks and Seb Murray Walker. Welcome aboard, guys.
Thanks, Leo. Yeah, good, mate. Thanks for having us. Looking forward to ROC 7.
Yeah, thanks, Leo. It's good to be back after an incredible Saturday night. I'm super excited to be back again and getting back on track.
It's been a brilliant season of racing that we've seen, but this Race of Champions is always an event to look forward to because we get just that big special build-up and a really big event the whole weekend going on, and this is now race night.
Yeah, it's a big time. These boys have already spent a fair bit of time on track at the moment. They're currently in qualifying mode. There's about half an hour left of this qualifying session, which will determine the grid for tonight's 61 lapper, and then we've got a top 10 shootout as well, so it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and if anything of the qualifying races we saw on Saturday night or anything to go by, there's going to be plenty of action happening out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, this roof track car that they're using, and of course the Mount Panorama circuit, you mix those two together and it just makes for some fantastic on-track action, and I think that this 61 laps is going to be a really big event.
Yeah, of course, we saw the V8 supercars here at ROC 6. Which was huge. Everyone really loved that event, and this is more or less replicating it over tonight with the qualifying and then top 10 shootout in the 61 laps. So same track, different car, and judging off what we saw Saturday night and in qualifying so far, a lot of guys are still struggling to come to grips with the rough.
Yeah, not an easy car to get right, and then of course Mount Panorama is never a circuit that you can hold your breath on. And of course the weather going to be a big factor. Temperature looks pretty cold out there, so these tyres might be struggling for grip a bit. And it's going to take some really sharp driving to make sure that you're safe at the end of this race.
Yeah, sorry, Brooksy. Yeah, we was just about to say, we saw a lot of carnage on Saturday night with regular drivers that were not used to seeing making big mistakes and having big contact with around this very tough track. So this car, it's very to be right on the limit. You got to be you're pushing it, and it's very easy to make a mistake.
I was going to touch on, the lap times are a little bit slower this qualifying session than what we saw on Saturday night. So the weather's definitely playing a part of it.
Yeah, we are seeing cooler temperatures at the moment with only 18 degrees on track, which was down about 5-6 degrees from what we had on Saturday. So it's going to play a big effect, and we'll see how it goes. But I believe we've got a bit of a special guest jumping in the commentary box. Someone that we're Racer Champions very familiar with, the old host and organiser Chris Tarrant. How are you, Chris?
Yeah, good, thanks, Seb. Hey guys, how are you?
Real good, buddy.
Trying to manoeuvre around these tag pest guys are an absolute nuisance at the moment.
You better get used to seeing the back end of those cars, buddy.
Yeah, fair enough.
How you finding the event so far, Chris?
Event's been great, yeah. It's certainly something different. We're all used to the traditional rock format where we sort of get a surprise car and track, where the last two have been more of an endurance thing, or endurance series, which has been great. So whether we get back to a more traditional format in the next rock, I don't know. But bottom line, I think out of all the Racer Champions now, I think we may have raised, I think it's just guessing, may have raised a bit over $5,000, something like that. So all for a great cause.
Yeah, definitely a great cause. If you want to get involved, obviously, our link is on the broadcast, donate.v8online.com.au. Go dig deep, support as much as you can. It all goes to a great cause.
You must be pretty happy, Chris. Rock was, of course, your idea at the start. You developed it. You've passed it on to OSR now, but you'd still be pretty proud of where it's become today.
Oh, for sure. It's certainly at a place where myself and the DCM guys would never get to. The admin side of it's fantastic. Off track and on track is first class. I mean, they're a good bunch of guys, the OSR guys, and they certainly know how to run a show. So
now, regarding the on-track action tonight, Chris, I know that you are mighty quick in this roof track car, and obviously big fan of Bathurst, as anyone who's part of the Australian racing community has been, but it's been pretty intense out there. How are you finding it?
Yeah, very intense actually. Tonight just cannot do a lap, but that's what it's all about. So, but yeah, it's pretty hectic. There's a lot of cars out here. I know there's meant to be only 54, but it feels like there's 154 at the moment. Really want to get in the top 10. I don't like seeing a lot of carnage, but I'm predicting there will be, so I'd rather be at the pointy end than the back end. So I've got, I think, 20 minutes left in this session, so I've just got to pull my finger out at the moment. I'm driving like a bit of a Barry, but just trying to get the timing right up Mountain Straight. There's a lot of traffic going up Mountain Straight. Also, just trying to jag a guy to tuck behind coming down Conrod as well has been a bit difficult. So, but otherwise, it's good fun.
I was going to touch on that, even though it's the longest track, or one of the longest tracks we got on iRacing. 54 cars, it's not going to leave a lot of room for guys to get these laps in.
No, not at all. It's pandemonium, Eddie. Honestly, there's people blowing up left, right and centre, which adds to the fun. But yeah, extremely difficult. Like I said, it's such a big track, but 54 cars here, it's just point and shoot, hope for the best. So I bet like this James guy behind me gets her actually. Jared, is it another tag guy? Bloody hell.
All this is what makes for the exciting special event of Race of Champions. The longer races, the top 10 shootout. But with all of this, Chris, why don't we might jump on board with you and follow you around for a bit of a lap. So walk us through this beautiful Mount Panorama circuit.
Sounds good. Actually, they ran up someone's backside there. We're off now. We've pushed Andrew out of the way. We're right now for a payback. Tough corner this one. I'm not sure whether second gear is the best or third gear, but I normally just tuck it back to second and point and shoot. There's plenty of runoff. Grab some slip wherever you can. Back and relax. Somewhere I've got to find 0.2 or 0.3 per second, so I could slipstream up Mountain Straight or even downs would be enough to do that, but like I said, finding someone's the hardest bit. Back to third. Plenty of wheel hop in this car. It's got so much grip. Sometimes a good thing, sometimes a bad. This is another one you really got to slow down and take properly. If you overshoot that quarter, it's a really bad run up the hill here. This is one of my least favourite corners coming through there. It's just hard to get right. Drift out to the wall. Stay in tight here. Try and stay as tight as possible, otherwise you will run off. May have a skyline. Back to the gears. Bit of carnage. Down to the dipper, holding someone up. Oop, got a nudge. Come down to Forest Elbow, back to third, back to second, hug the inside as much as possible and get right into it. Always have a bit of a quick look up, see who's behind you and who's in front. Fortunately, Jared's a little bit too far in front for me to catch some of that toe off. It's a full-on lap, there's no doubt about that. I think my PB is around a low 2, but at the moment, PB at the moment in this session's a 2:02.8, and a fair way off that. And sort of panicking a little bit just getting that top 10 at the moment. Third gear for the chase. Pop up into 5th, and hard on the brakes, down to 2nd, late as possible. Someone else is blowing up, look out. That's a lap, boys. Sorry to talk much through that, but it's all go.
Definitely a bit of a handful, this car and track combination. It's a good effort, Chris. Not a bad lap. 2:05.1. I'm sure you'll be looking for more time out there, so we'll let you go. Thanks for jumping in, having a quick chat, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, cheers, boys. Have a good call. It's going to be a long one, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of action to call up on.
Thanks, mate. Good luck with it.
Cheers.
All the best, Chris. I was going to say that there was no need for him to apologise there, because to me that was one of the most exciting hot laps I think I've ever watched.
That had a bit of everything, didn't it? That hot lap. He had a guy bumping into the back of him through the dip. I still don't know how he managed to hold on to that, but done well. And honestly, you do not breathe from the time you leave the cutting to the time you get to Forest Elbow. I know myself, I don't take a breath. I just hold on and go for the ride.
So at the moment, our current pole sitter is Justin Ruggier on screen. He's just coming to finishing up a lap now. So it's been a good pace from Justin so far. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And he's got his teammate in second place too with Jared.
Yeah, he's got about half a second back to Jared, another one of these tag pest management cars. Beautiful looking cars that have turned out on the grid for us, new sponsor for the season. So great to have them along and on board.
Oh, Jared, a big crash happened in front of him. Oof. A bit awkward. Oh, and he's collected someone else involved too. I think that might have been Terry Nightingale. Yes, it was. Shows how critical track space is out there at the moment.
It's something we touched on a lot on Saturday night. The guys are really struggling to do 20 consecutive laps without incident. And I think both races, I think, what was it, I think at least even the top 5 or 6 still had their moments. So for someone to do 61 laps tonight, incident free, it's going to be a huge task.
Speaking of incident free, we have to give a shout out to Paul Wright. I believe he was one of our only drivers to go incident free for the whole night on Saturday night. So incredible effort by him. Looks like he's just having a little bit of an issue in pit lane, trying to get out of people's way. But yeah, great driving by him. And also with Jared Muggleton, he also had a great performance over the Saturday night too. So
the one that sticks in my mind, Seb, was Jeremy Williams, 24th to 6th in his qualifying race, and I'm not sure if he was incident free, but he never had any major incidents. So that just proves you keep it clean and consistent tonight, you're going to gain a lot of spots.
Finding that track position in this qualifying session does look like it's a difficult task for these drivers, because there's huge packs of cars everywhere you look, it seems.
Yeah, to be well on the limit, these cars, they really are just so tightly sprung. It's very easy to make a mistake.
I noticed there's quite a few teams out there trying to help with the draft down up Mountain Straight and down Conrod.
So with only 15 minutes left, we might quickly touch on our top 10. So Justin Ruggier currently has provisional pole with Brad Ryan, who's just jumped up into second place. Jared Philsell in third. Josh Muggleton in fourth. We got Terry Nightingale, who had a great performance. A few mistakes on Saturday night, but showed some great pace in fifth. Matthew Nethercott in sixth. Tony Autridge in seventh. Benjamin Rosberg eighth. Guy Leach in ninth. And Michael Yeo in 10th. Yowie, as you guys like to call him, I believe.
Yowie.
Yowie, there we go. And hot lapper, Chris Tarrant, he's sitting in 11th. Oh, he has a big moment. That's not. Oh, and he's collected some from. Who's car 10? I think that's Benjamin Rosberg. It was.
big incident. But just to touch on Chris Tarrant sitting in position 11 right now, all he's got to make up is 1/10, and he'll jump from P11 all the way up into position 8.
Yeah, the times are super close here, especially with over an hour's worth of qualifying. The guys get to pump out quite a few laps to get their absolute best, which always narrows up that qualifying times.
And as we were talking about on Saturday night, tyre temperatures is very critical here with the temperature on track down today, only 18 degrees. It's going to be a lot harder for these guys to get the temperature into the tyres, sorry. It should make a very interesting top 10 shootout with cold tyres.
Yeah, it's something I don't know how the guys are going to go about it. You're going to see some guys really working their tyres on their outlaps to try and get some heat into them. You're going to see some guys just go as fast as they can to try and get heat into it, but I doubt you'll see the real slow outlaps like you might usually see in a V8 supercar.
That top 10 shootout we did at Racer Champions 6, first time we were here at Mount Panorama, that was one of the highlights for me, being a part of that, watching that one, and I can't wait to be back out there again tonight, because the shootout format it is an exciting thing to be a part of, and it's just super intense the whole way through.
Currently on the screen, Simon Black. It looks like he's on a pretty decent lap at the moment. Not exactly sure what sector times we're looking for, I'm sorry guys, but big shout out to Simon and the OSR boys of Marty Atkins and Mike Karloff and Matthew Nethercott and those boys. They all put on such a great effort behind the scenes to get this Racer Champions up and running for everyone to watch and enjoy and be part of, so big credit to those guys.
I share a team speak with those guys, and I've got to say the effort that goes in is huge, and it's not just these couple of nights. It's been happening for weeks in advance. Files getting transferred here, there and everywhere, making sure everyone's up to date, and yeah, it's a huge amount of effort everywhere, from the overlay skins they do and to setting up the servers, making sure the right people are in the server each night. It's a huge job, so we thank them entirely for what they do.
Justin Ruggier is coming down into Forest Elbow. These boys are just ringing this thing everywhere on this track. It's quite incredible to watch.
The thing I'm looking forward to with the race format tonight is that the roof, it likes to be pushed hard. It encourages you to push harder and deeper under brakes. So you almost want to be driving as hard and as intense as you can, but 61 laps around Mount Panorama on really, really cold tyres means that patience is probably going to be an important thing that you have to manage. So how do you juggle those two things? That's going to be the great thing to follow, is who can best manage the performance of their car and keep it out of the wall. I'm
glad you mentioned that, Leo. A lot of guys have been saying race runs are qualifying laps, every lap, without fail. Like you said, you can push it very hard, you can brake very late, and I know a lot of guys did the Daytona 2.4, and for 2.4 hours they were constantly doing qualifying lap after qualifying lap without fail. So yeah, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to push that hard for the entire 61 laps.
Yeah, endurance is also a big key factor, keeping your concentration at 100%. One little slip up, one little lapse of concentration, and it can ruin your night. So it's a big task for these boys ahead of them, and they've already done a lot of racing so far. So some of them obviously in the 2.4 iRacing special event over the weekend, matching the Daytona 24-hour that happened as well. And obviously with the qualifying races on Saturday night, they were no slouch of races either.
Then of course, on top of all that, an hour of practice tonight, 50 minutes worth of qualifying in this session, and of course this is what will set the grid for position 11th on back for tonight's race. So there is a lot to play for in this last 10 minutes. And of course with the length of the track and length of the lap, that's not a great deal of time to try and push yourself as far up the grid as you can go.
Yeah, and then we got the top 10 shootout coming up shortly afterwards, so lots and lots of action for everyone. But don't forget, we are fundraising. We are here for the McGrath Foundation, so head on over, donate.v8online.com.au, show your support. Much appreciated, guys. It's for a great cause. Everyone in some way or another has been affected by cancer, and I know I have, and I'm sure you guys have as well. So it's definitely something to get behind, and yeah, very much appreciated the support you guys can give.
Yeah, I've been watching it today actually. The total's been going up. There's a lot of people been donating, and not just drivers either. A lot of guys that are involved with V8s Online, guys that are just keen avid watchers, and people I've never even heard of donating. So the word's getting out there. So anyone spectating tonight, jump on the Facebook page and hit on that donate button. Just watching, everyone's pushing very hard out there. There's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of wrecked cars.
Yeah, finding a bit of track position is great key. Like you want to have a car in front of you to get that draft off, because that can be really critical to get a good time. But if they make a slight mistake, that can be just havoc if you suddenly get caught up in an incident.
I'm looking at Chris Tarrant at the moment, and it looks like he's pulled together a teammate in Stuart Wood to try and arrange a bit of a tow there.
Stuart Wood, an old regular to the V8 supercar. He hasn't been seen much on track recently, but it's good to see the Direct Clutch Motorsports boys out there. They tend to get out there, have a bit of fun every now and then, but don't really do much racing.
Yeah, you can never count those guys off. They're all very experienced sim racers, and not just experience, they've got a lot of quality. You can never write those guys off.
Well, so only 7 minutes left in this session. The current top 10 still is Justin Bruggy over Brad Ryan, with Jared Fieldstell still in third, Josh Muggleton in fourth, Terry Nightingale in fifth, Matthew Nethercote in sixth, Tony Autridge in seventh, Benjamin Rothberg in eighth, Guy Leach and Michael Yeo in the top 10. These guys are all vying for a position in that top 10 shootout, so that's all going to change when we get to that. But there's still guys that aren't far off, with Jared Muggleton in 11th, Chris Tarrant in 12th, Andrew Lee, David Maha and Simon Black rounding out your 15. All have potential to sneak in.
Well, the cutoff for the top 10 at the moment is a 202.79, and 14th place is a 202.89. So that's just splitting hairs from the top 10 all the way down to well, not being there. Of course, if you can make it into the 10, you've got a shot for pole. With the one-lap shootout nature of this thing and the cold tyres, you know, it's anyone's shot for the first spot on the grid.
Yeah, and the nerves of the guys in that top 10. I mean, I was watching from the garages last ROC6, and yeah, there's just the nerves about the place. Having the entire track to yourself for that one lap, can't imagine what the drivers will be going through.
Just having a look at Craig Spark, I think he's running a bit of a new livery. I didn't see this last on Saturday night, but he's got a Mad Cow livery on. It's quite an interesting looking little car.
Yeah, a bit different. It's always great this time of the season, of course, seeing the new sponsors, new liveries that come out, and then of course the guys that are just doing it in a bit of good spirit. Seen some interesting paint jobs over time. A cow, we had a sheep a little while back, and yeah, good on you, Craig. We'll spot that one pretty easy in the race.
So there's only 5 minutes left. These boys are it's coming down to crunch time. And who are your guys' picks for pole position tonight?
I have to go one of my guys, of course. I'm not going to say Justin. I reckon Jared might get it.
It's going to be a tough one, but you can see that the first four cars are all do have a bit of a leg up on fifth place on back. But I'm going to put a little tip on Brad Ryan, simply because I know that he can leave it. Well, make sure there's nothing left behind, and that's what you're going to have to do in this shootout, is just go absolutely as hard as you can and gain a 10th wherever possible. I think that he's going to be pretty good for that.
Yeah, we did see Brad Ryan show some incredible pace on Saturday night. He's spent a lot of time in this car since its release on the iRacing service, so he's constantly posting little videos and pictures of it on his Facebook page, so he loves this thing, and we know he's got great speed in it. But my pick, Josh Muggleton, he's no slouch in it either. He's a previous Race of Champions champion, so I'm going to put my money on him tonight. I think he's definitely got potential to get out there and take this victory.
Now, with all those comments, though, of course, our provisional pole sitter at this point in time is still Justin Ruggier. He's on a 2:01.5, the 10th clear of Brad Ryan in second, so he's clearly got some pace out there at this point in time.
Yeah, and I was watching Justin's lap, and that was about the draft too, so obviously the guys won't have a draft in the top 10 shootout, so I'm not sure if Brad Ryan's or Josh Muggleton's times was with the draft or not, so that will be another interesting factor to play out as well.
That's right, but I do think that once we get into that shootout, none of this will matter for anything, because it's all going to come down to throwing it all out there, leaving nothing behind, but as well keeping it out of that wall, because of course one hit and your lap's done, and you're going to start at the back of the top 10.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very challenging for the guys, and there's someone spun out in front of, Justin! Oh!
That was the number 4 car, Jared Muggleton, SP Tools sponsored vehicle. Just an awkward spot there at Skyline. Once you're facing the wrong way, there's not really anything that the oncoming traffic can do, and yeah, not a pretty sight.
I've done that in my time at Bathurst. I was doing the Dev Series race in the V8, had a spin there and got stuck, and managed to take out the 2 leaders of the race. So it is a very hard place when you do find yourself facing the wrong direction.
We've only just under 3 minutes to go. There's a couple of surprises in the top 10. I've got Guy Leach. He was lucky to make this race tonight. So he had to go to that last chance qualifier on Saturday night. So well done to Guy. He's in 9th. And Michael Yowie, he's in 10th spot. It's not a regularly you'd see up in the top 10, so he's doing a phenomenal effort.
It's actually really good to see some names we haven't seen in broadcast before, like Paul Rudd we were talking about before, and Wayne Jaffa, a name we haven't seen on track before. So new names, Shane Stidoff, Rick Summerhays, new talents, potential for some good results tonight.
Yeah, and of course the nature of this event means that anything could happen. 61 laps is a long way around this panorama circuit, and this car is going to mean that you can push as hard as you can, and it's a great opportunity for all these guys to get involved, show us what they've got, and start to make a sim racing name for themselves.
There's another thing we haven't really touched on yet either, is pitch strategy for tonight's race. There's a few different ones to play out. You could go hard and do 4 pit stops. You could do 3 pit stops and conserve a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. And of course that's not taking in any damage you might suffer and might have to pit anyway.
I like it when they've got options. That's when we see a lot of great strategy come into play, and people have the chance to try and make up time one way, depending on what's going to suit them the best. So it's got all the makings of a fantastic event, but 60 seconds until this qualifying session's over, and we will be setting the grid.
Just quickly before this qualifying session over, just having a look at Jason Brooks' car. The Race Centre sponsored car. I believe Jason's actually in Race Centre in Sydney, in Darling Harbour right now, racing with the broadcast on the big screen. So g'day everyone at Race Centre. Hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. Pleasure to be bringing all the action to you, and best of luck for the race tonight, Jason.
That'll be an exciting one for them to follow as well, sitting there in a strong 20th position as Jason, and I think he's going to see a lot of action from there.
Only a bit over 10 seconds to go. So, I think our grid will be mostly set from 11th down, or do you think we'll see any surprises?
Well, just having a look through there, Chris Tarrant he's looped it, so that'll be Taranova. Oh, and he's been collected by one of his teammates. Jared Muggleton, however, is right behind his brother, former V8 champion Josh Muggleton, and he might get a strong toe down Conrod Straight.
Oh, he got very close to touching that wall there, coming in through Reed. Looks like he may have rolled out of it, but no, staying with it. Couldn't have asked for a better towing partner with his brother in front of him. No slouch in this car. We can see him currently provisionally third at the moment, so...
It's 1/100th of a second he has to find. If he can find 1/100th of a second, he's in the top 10 shootout with a shot for pole.
100th of a second over 6.2 kilometres. It makes it sound easy, doesn't it?
Unreal, isn't it?
He's only one spot off. He could be the disappointment for Michael Yeo. I'm still going to get that name wrong all night, aren't I? I'm sorry, Mike. It's looking like a good lap though from Jared, so it's been a good tow down Conrod. One corner to go.
He's tidy through the chase. Got to make sure he gets Murray's right.
Oh, nearly tags the back of
the both synchronized spinning from the boys.
That was beautiful.
Looks like Jared's still on the lap. He might be our last one out there at the moment.
Yeah, Jared Filsell coming down into the chase for what will be the final lap of this qualifying session for Race of Champions at Mount Panorama.
We'll run through the... sorry, go.
I'm going to say currently fourth on the grid, and he will be a strong contender in this top 10 shootout.
Oh, as he hangs it out sideways on the last corner.
Couldn't improve his time, so he stays in fourth, but we'll quickly run through the quali results. So the guys into the top 10 shootout is Justin Ruggier, Brad Ryan, Josh Muggleton, Jared Filsell, Tony Ortridge, Matthew Nethercott, Terry Nightingale Jr., Benjamin Rosberg, Guy Leach, and Michael Yeo.
From 11th down is Jared Muggleton, Chris Tarrant, Andrew Lee, Dave Mayer. Now the times were so close there, these guys only barely missing out. Simon Black in 15th, Sanjan Delilac 16th, Michael Schreier 17th, Bo Cattell 18th, Dean McCulloch in 19th, and Jason Brooks in 20th.
Yeah, and from 21st we got Gavin Sadler, Craig Spark, Matthew Barron, Aaron Farmer 24th, Carlin May in 25th, Jeremy Williams, George Fullerton, Dave Oliver, John O'Barry, and Paul Keegan in 30th.
31st we got Martin Carroll, then Nathan Growden, James McKnight, Stuart Wood. 35th we got Michael Parigros, Dylan Shepherd in 36th, 37th Paul Rudd, Ian McPherson 38th, Wayne Jaffa, and Craig Dorr rounding out your 40.
And from 41st on down, Brenton O'Brien, Luke Betts, Rick Summerhays, Shane Studolf, Mark Noble, Tim Foltz in 46th, and then drivers who did not set a time, Andrew Wallace, Michael Koroloff, Marty Atkins, and Marlon McMullen. 50 drivers, that's a massive field.
It's definitely going to be a very, very exciting top 10 shootout coming up. Can't wait to see how it pans out.
That's right, we saw how good it was here last time. If this qualifying session is anything to go by, it's going to be a tough one for the drivers to get right. And of course, if the races that we've seen already in the build-up are anything to go by as well, we're in for one cracker of event.
Yeah, I'm going from 11th down to 50th. They all get a bit of a break now. They get to sit back and watch the top 10. I'd imagine the nerves will be building for those top 10 guys. Yeah,
it's an exciting session, and we thank you all for joining us, and we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Big thanks again to OSR putting on Race of Champions 7 in support for the McGrath Foundation. So get involved, guys. Donate generously, and we will see you back very shortly for the top 10 shootout.
It's a place where heroes are born and legends are created. Many will come to conquer it, but only one will tame it. This one person will be our champion. Their time is now. The mountain is calling. It's a place where heroes are born and legends are created. Many will come to conquer it, but only one will tame it. This one person will be our champion. Their time is now. The mountain is calling.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to V8's online coverage of the Oceanic Sim Racing Race of Champions. Of course, tonight we are broadcasting tonight to raise money for the McGrath Foundation, a great cause. So make sure you donate, dig deep, and give generously for this great event. Tonight, of course, also in memory of Todd Galvin. But we will continue on with the action. Of course, we've had this qualifying session completed, and there will be an exciting top 10 shootout. I'm Leo Gray, and joining me in the commentary box once again, Clayton Brooks. Welcome back.
Yeah, g'day Leo. Really excited to watch what unfolds in this top 10 shootout. The nerves must be really building for these drivers, having the entire track to themselves, knowing every single person is watching them. And yeah, just keeping it straight and keeping it fast is going to be a big challenge for them.
And of course, thanks again for joining us tonight, Seb. Normally doing the director's work behind the scenes, but great to be in the commentary box once again.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this top 10 shootout. We saw an incredible one last Race of Champions. I'm sure the boys are extremely nervous. We got a bunch of guys in. We'll try and have a chat to them after the laps, but mate, this is exciting times. Can't wait for this.
It definitely is. The top 10 shootout that we saw make its debut at Race of Champions 6 was a brilliant event. It was very exciting, very intense for all the drivers to be a part of, and a lot made the comment that it was one of the most hardest things that they'd done in their sim racing careers.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes with the nerves, that knowing that all cameras and eyes are on your car for that one lap. The intensity they must be feeling, it's knowing that they want to just keep it off the walls firstly, and trying to get that all covered pole position.
That's right, and it's not an easy thing to manage that pressure. We know just how tough this track is, Mount Panorama Circuit. We all know it and love it so well. But the car that we're driving tonight, the roof track spec, a lot in common with a GT3 car built to those specifications. It's a car that just has to be driven hard to reach its limit, and requires a lot of pushing. And of course, when you've got these concrete walls and a track this difficult, that can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, we saw it on Saturday night. Lots of guys that we aren't familiar with seeing making mistakes, making big mistakes in unusual places. So you really need to drive this car right on the limit, pushing it hard to get the time out of it. But when you're right on that limit with this car so tightly sprung, very easy to make a mistake. So it's going to be exciting to see how they go in this top 10 shootout, especially with cold tyres.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the cold tyres there, Seb. The car performs better after it's done a few laps, that's for sure. So I won't expect to see the low 202s, even the high 201s that we have seen in the past. Times may be a little bit off that, but I dare say a low 202 will be very close to pole.
Yeah, but I think the most important thing, though, is keeping it together, putting in a clean lap, because there's a lot to lose if you've had a successful qualifying run. Guys like Justin Ruggier, Jared Filsell, for example, already feel like they've got a solid time in, but one little mistake and they're going to be starting right in the rear. However, on the flip side, the drivers that, 9th, 10th position, that sort of area, they've got a lot to gain right now, and perhaps they might have a little bit less pressure because if they, make a little mistake, they haven't really dropped any positions.
Looks like they're just about to advance the session into the into top 10 shootout mode. Michael Yeo will be our first driver out on track, so he'll be feeling a lot of nerves at the moment with the top 10 shootout about to get underway. I'm sure a lot of these guys, few of them have some experience with it. Names like Josh Muggleton, Justin Ruggier, who were involved in the last Race of Champions, but then there's some new names in there that haven't been, so it should be exciting times.
Now, of course, the shootout field will be the top 10 from that qualifying session we just viewed, but going out in reverse order. So first out will be Michael Yeo, followed by Guy Leach, Benjamin Rothberg, Terry Nightingale Jr., Matthew Nethercote, Tony Autridge, Jared Filsell, Josh Muggleton, Brad Ryan, and the provisional pole sitter, Justin Ruggier.
Just looking at the quickly at the weather on track, we have had a change of temperature. We are up at 23 degrees now with a northerly 22-kilometre wind. Northerly, that's a side wind down Conrod, I believe, if my geography is correct. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is, Seb, is it's spun around the wind, and that's going to play havoc on these guys that are used to having a certain feel for different corners. The car's going to react in different corners now, so they're really only going to have an outlap to gauge what the car's going to do at certain spots of the track, and then they're going to have to go for it. So just adds to the pressure.
It's going to be very exciting. Our first car is about to get out on track. That's Michael Yowie. He's going to be doing these outlap. I'm sure he'll be trying to get as much heat into those tyres as possible. I might jump back and just focus on keeping these cameras rolling, boys, and enjoy the action.
Same for yourself, Seb. Thanks for taking care of things behind the scenes. Going to be in for a good show.
I'm a good friend of Yowie's, and he's not a regular on our broadcast in the V8s online, and I know he'll be feeling immense pressure right now. There'll be guys in the garage talking him through it, trying to calm him down, but I'm sure he's feeling it.
Yeah, driving the FinCar machine out there tonight. I spent a lot of time in the V8 Supercar because, of course, there is a lot more happening in the iRacing world beyond just the races that we are able to broadcast for you, the top split Monday night races. So he's no stranger to on-track action, is Michael, and great to see him making this top 10 shootout. And as I was saying, I reckon being in 10th place, he can just relax, let the nerves off, and know that he can only move forward from here. At least that's how I think he should be going, but it could be very different in the cockpit.
Yeah, you know what it's like, Leo. That visor comes down and the race face goes on, and everyone wants to try and do as quick as they can, but it's about taming that a little bit and being patient.
That's it. So he's going to come through Forest Elbow on his warm-up lap. As you touched on in the qualifying session, it's a quick outlap that he's doing now, trying to build as much heat into his tyres as possible, opposite of what we saw in the V8 Supercar shootout that we did here, where drivers were trying to keep the pressures and the temperatures down. But that's going to be the key thing, is getting the most out of your tyres and the most out of your car in just this one flying lap.
As he just heads down through the chase now. One more corner to go and he's going to start his flying lap.
First car on track for the top 10 shootout. Race of Champions 7. Michael Yeo in the FinCar number 81. Ends his lap, takes the green flag. He had a tidy run out of Murray's. Steady now into Hell Corner.
Yeah, he got through Hell Corner nicely, just touched the apex on the inside, which is good. Should mention to all the guys at home, one tyre off the track counts as a off track, and the lap will not count. So he's got to make sure he keeps it between the white lines.
Yeah, bouncing off the limiter up Mountain Straight, carrying a lot of speed up there. Definitely pushing hard. Looking very tidy at the moment. Of course, only 2 corners into the lap. But doing everything right at this point, it seems.
Yeah, he's been practicing a lot. He's the open qualifying for this ROC. He's really enticed guys like Yowie, and he's been doing a lot of practice for it. So it's all boiled down to this one lap for him.
Of course, we won't really know how it all stacks up until there's been a couple of drivers out and we can really gauge the times, because it's going to be different from the previous session due to the weather. But this is looking like a good lap right now. He's running committed. He's taking enough of the curbs to tell that he's still pushing hard, not taking it easy out there. So having a good solid crack at it.
No, 46.8 to the first sector is not a bad time, and he gets through elbow. I'll just try and find out what he's got to the second sector there. At 29.5, so he's certainly on it. He's not holding back too much, Leo.
Long run down Conrod Straight, heading down now into the chase. Looks like all the hard part's done, but this section of track can of course still catch you out. But super committed down into this braking zone. Carried it hard on the limiter into the chase. Looking very tidy at the moment.
Yeah, he looks like a very tidy lap, and that's exactly what he wants coming from 10th spot.
So the first lap complete, Michael Yeo's going to cross the line, and it's a 2:04.7 to start the top 10 shootout.
And like you said, Leo, that's exactly what he would have wanted coming from 10th on the grid. So now he just sits back and hopes some guys trip up, and he'll definitely move up positions.
And Michael's actually joined us in the commentary box to give us a bit of a rundown, but how was that out there, Michael? It looks pretty intense, and great to see you complete the lap successfully.
Yeah, pretty nerve-wracking, buddy. I tell you, it was my foot started to go like Jason Spriggs the other night.
Yeah, well, I mentioned you're not accustomed to being in the broadcast all the time, Yowie. The nerves played a part in that lap?
Oh, very much so, Brooksy. I was just making sure.
Sorry, we got your mic cut out there. You got us, mate?
Yeah, man, sorry. I just wasn't going to risk putting it into the wall.
Well, very well done, mate. You kept it clean. You've put a benchmark down for all the rest of the guys now, and anyone that tries to beat it is going to have to certainly push. So, well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's a privilege to be here in the top 10. I didn't think I was going to make it.
Thanks for joining us, Michael. Well done out there, and all the best for the race.
Thank you.
Now, second driver out on track, Guy Leach, driving this blue turned-out Repsol machine. Going to take the green flag and begin his lap. Going to be great to be able to compare these 2 laps from these 2 drivers. Always good to be able to see just how these shootout laps have gone, because it's completely different to the 20 minutes proper that we had earlier.
Yeah, no, you're right there, Leo. He got through turn 1 nice. Rode quite a bit of curb up there through Griffin's Bends, but he's got away with it. Right out wide to the fence, heading up into the cutting. He's hugged that inside wall and he's got through there nicely.
Now, Guy Leach we've seen in and out of the V8s from time to time in our top split broadcast races, and he is a experienced campaigner in these sort of events, but grabs a lot of the curb over the top of the mountain, and that's put him off track, and that'll be the lap for Guy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The lap was looking good to then, and you could see he was just trying to maintain a nice straight lap, but a little bit of that inside curve and it's bounced him wide, so
that's exactly what we were talking about, keeping yourself clean. Completing a lap is the #1 priority that you need to be thinking of, and Michael's tidy lap earlier, that's going to move him up 1 spot on the grid.
We're not able to get Guy Leach in for a chat, but we've got Ben Rothberg on his outlap now. Another guy who used to be a big part of the V8 Supercars Online series. He's been having quite a bit of time off from the sim, making a comeback for ROC7. Done a stellar job to get into the top 10.
great the way that these events bring out all the big names in the Australian sim racing community. It's a brilliant, brilliant thing that everybody wants to be a part of, and of course we hope that all the drivers have been enjoying themselves and that everybody sitting at home is enjoying themselves as well.
We're seeing the same approach from Ben. He's pretty fast sort of outlap. He's making sure he's not putting in the wall obviously, but he's certainly not holding back.
Yeah, very committed into Forest Elbow. Nice drive out of the corner and still just having a bit of a weave down the straight to build as much heat into these tyres as possible. So we've seen already just how different this top 10 shootout can be, how things can change. You need to push as hard as you possibly dare without crossing over that limit, and riding that knife's edge is going to be, well, let's see down here, slowing down big time for the final corner.
Yeah, he's just giving it a wiggle, get some fast heat into those front wheels.
And here we go through Murray's, and Ben Rothberg begins his top 10 lap. Good amount of curb on the exit of Hell Corner. Solid run up the mountain. Will be great to check these sector times. Get a bit of a gauge as to how the session is progressing, how the drivers are tracking along as they go through this top 10 shootout.
Yeah, he was holding back just a little bit there for Griffin's. Ben wasn't completely on it, but he's got through there nice and cleanly.
But as we've seen already, clean is important. Still looks pretty quick though. But the way that this car looks and drives, how highly sprung it is, using all of the road.
Ball's wild across the top there, heading into McPhillamy Park. He's managed to get it stable. Heading down into the dip and now, this hardest part of the track to get right. Heavy on the brakes, turning the car while you're braking.
Like he had a bit of a wiggle on the exit of the dipper there. Didn't touch the walls, so he'll continue on. Most important thing, complete this lap.
Done a 29.5 to the second sector.
Seems like that was pretty close with what Michael Yeo had done during his lap.
Yeah, it was pretty well on par with Yoe's lap.
So heading now into the chase. It's interesting to see how long they hold on the limiter here.
And Michael was really committed into here, very deep on the brakes, and Ben's pretty much done the same thing. He's got through the chase nicely, not too much curb on the inside.
Smooth run through the exit. Just one corner left to run for Ben Rothberg. Turns it in for Murray's, runs it out wide to the curb and crosses the line with a 2:04.179.
Yeah, and that puts him into first spot by 5 tenths.
That was a great lap there by Ben, who's ducked into the commentary box. Congratulations, Ben. That was a quick lap, and it's put you into the top provisional spot at this point.
Thanks, mate. It was a bit hairy across the top, a lot of understeer with the heavy fuel load and the cold tyres, but hopefully it'll stay up there at the end.
Yeah, we noticed what's the best way to get heat into the tyres. We saw you slow right down and give it a wiggle. A lot of guys have been mentioning that cold tyres one fast lap.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I haven't really done a lot of miles in this car to know how to heat up the tyres correctly, but I don't know, let's just see how that goes. It felt alright for the first half of the lap, but as soon as I got to the top of the hill, it might have been the weather or something, but it kind of started to understeer at the top of McPhillamy Park and Skyline.
And you'd have to be pretty happy being in the top 10 regardless. Haven't been doing as many laps as what you used to do, so you must be pretty proud of yourself at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to getting back into the sim actually, but hopefully do a few more laps here and there and get back into a few more series.
Alright, well done, mate. We'll leave you there as Terry Nightingale Jr. is about to start his hot lap.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Brilliant broadcast, by the way.
Always a pleasure, Matt. And Nightingale takes the green flag. He's going to begin his top 10 shootout lap. Now Nightingale, he was one of the guys in, well, he was position 7, and he had a bit of a gap back to Ben Rothberg there. It was very, very close to the top 5, so we know he's got a bit of a pace in this car. He's a quick driver. Great to follow this lap. Pushing very hard through Griffins, it seems.
Yeah, he's definitely on it. He's a real life racer, races in target cars, that sort of thing, so he knows what's required of him at the moment. Oh, as he brushes the wall, going up through the cutting. Got a little bit sideways, and that's going to hurt his lap huge.
Wow, yeah, that's a big development for these guys. You know, you've got that chance to push as hard as you can and fight for a pole position, but get it wrong and you're going to lose a number of spots on the grid.
May not have got an incident out of it, he's continued on, so the lap might still count.
Yeah, we'll see how.
Oh, no, there it goes. Let's lap over. He's straight lined it down for the dipper, and he'll be needing a new car by time the race starts.
Yeah, as we said, most important, you need to finish the lap.
Yeah, I think that has to be the number one goal if you're in a top 10 shootout. Just make sure you finish the lap. You don't want to be stuck down that back end of the top 10, because that obviously it puts you in the pack, and one place you do not want to be is in an angry pack around here for the first few laps.
That's it. So the next driver out on track will be Matthew Nethercote in another one of the Fincar sponsored machines. He finished that qualifying session in position 6, and of course we're getting now down to the business end of this top 10 shootout.
Yeah, Matt Nethercote's another one like Brad Ryan. Hasn't got out of this car since it's been released on iRace and absolutely loves it, and yeah, can't get enough of it.
There's a lot of people have been saying that sort of thing. It's a car that just, it rewards intense hard driving, so a lot of the guys feel like they can push really hard under brakes, can just find more and more grip and time from the tyres. It's a lot more nimble than the V8, and it's a very exciting car to drive, and makes for really great racing to watch as well.
Yeah, I was having a talk to Matt down behind the garages, and that's what he said. The car reacts exactly like you think it should, exactly like how a race car is meant to react, so that's why he's just fallen in love with it. It's another pretty fast outlap. Seems to be the story of the day.
So Nethercote being the 5th driver out for the top 10 shootout. Going to be halfway once this lap is complete. Fincar number 3, Matthew Nethercote, takes the green flag for his qualifying lap at Mount Panorama.
He got through turn 1 there nicely with his long run up Mountain Straight. Where he's taking a big breath, trying to relax those nerves.
You need that around this place because pretty well from the cutting on all the way down to Forest Elbow, there's no time to relax, or certainly nowhere that you can let your concentration slip. But up through the cutting, and he's
in the
made the
wall.
same mistake as Nightingale did.
Yeah, huge moment there for Matt. He got a little bit loose going up into Griffins, and I don't know if he was completely comfortable with the car there going into the cutting.
Remarkable to see already a number of drivers making mistakes on their lap. We've got Matthew Nethercote in the box with us. Thank you for joining us here. Matthew, obviously not the best of circumstances to be talking, but what happened out there, mate?
Well, you know, I just thought I'd give it a bit of a crack, and yeah, maybe pushed a little bit too hard and yeah, flicked the other way into the wall.
Yeah, we've touched on the main goal of the top 10 shootout. It's just to get that one clean lap in. We've already seen a couple of blokes not able to do that. A little bit worried now, going to be starting back in the pack a little bit.
No, it's okay. I mean, these guys over a race all pretty quick. So, I mean, to be honest, even if I started where I qualified in the previous session, they're all pretty quick. So, it'll be hard either way, really.
It's the cold tyres there, Matt, or were you pushing hard to try and steal a pole?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, these things are probably the first 4, 5 laps until you really get a lot of grip out of them. So, yeah, I mean, that first lap, just don't push. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's certainly another element to racing champions that we throw at the drivers, but makes for good viewing on our behalf. Not so great for the drivers, obviously.
Yeah, not so much.
Well, thanks for joining us, Matt, and best of luck for the race tonight. And hopefully you can bring it home safe.
Thanks, guys.
And the next driver out on track will be Tony Autridge.
Yeah,
Tony spins a...
Sorry, well, I was going to say we're seeing a different approach to the outlap there by Tony. He's blowing it down, using those brakes, weaving a lot. So that's the way he's going to get the heat into those tyres best, he thinks.
Yeah, we've seen a number of guys out before, and it hasn't always worked. But a different approach might pay dividends for him. But Tony Autridge going to bring the TPR Hyperstimulator car across the line to begin his lap.
Yeah, he'll be fully aware of what's happened before him. We've only got 2 times set out of five drivers so far, so he'll be know just to keep it straight, and he's going to pretty much jump positions.
That's it. It's a easy sort of equation when you think of it that way. Just complete a lap and you'll buy yourself a couple of spots, but we've seen that it's certainly not as easy. Tony, however, does spend a lot of time in the GT-style cars. He was a strong contender in the prototype GT Challenge series that we were broadcasting to you, so that could pay off for him tonight.
He was 5 tenths. He was 5 tenths quicker than Ben Rothberg, who's currently sitting on pole. He was 5 tenths quicker in the previous qualifying session.
Half a second, that's a big gap.
Oh, he's very out of slide and going into the dipper.
He's pushing hard. He's gained himself half a second, which most people would be happy with, but he's going to try and get as much as he can. It's exactly what these top 10 shootouts are about. Push as hard as you dare, see how much time that you can make on these cold tyres, and it looks like Tony is really getting the best out of this car at this point.
Yeah, he was very committed on the way down the mountain. Of course, there's a lot of time to be gained through the chase.
Very, very deep. These guys look like they're, of course, compared to the V8s, braking so much later than those big heavy Falcons, but they look great out there and heading down into Murray's corner. Complete his lap, he turns it in hard, grabs a little bit of the curb, runs it out to the exit, crosses the line at 2:04.56. That's actually his lost time to Benjamin Rothberg. That's put him second on the grid.
Yeah, wow, he's definitely lost time in that last part of that lap there. He's second on the grid now.
Of course, still a long way to go in this top 10 shootout, so have to see what happens for the other drivers out there.
Yeah, next out will be Jared Gilsell.
Now this will be an exciting lap to watch. Jared, one of the big up-and-comers in the Monday night V8 races, and of course it was this race of Champions 6 here that we had it called. I think it was yourself, Brooksy, who said keep an eye on this kid because he's going to be one to watch, and proving to be very true.
Yeah, mate, he's a great young bloke. He loves his iRacing. He can't get enough of it, and obviously the more practice you do, the quicker you get, and he's certainly showing up some of the bigger names of late.
Yeah, we were speaking to him at the end of the broadcast through the season there. He was just making into the splits at the end, and I know he's super keen for this season coming, where he's going to be in the top split racing with the best of the V8s, the V8 supercar crew, and it's going to be a great one to watch.
I don't know who's more nervous for him at the moment, me or him, but we'll see how this lap goes as he takes the green flag.
Now Jared, of course, was in the Racer Champions field at Racer Champions 6 driving the V8. But big step to make it into this top 10 shootout, and he didn't just make it into the top 10. He's really made a statement and pushed himself all the way up to 4th in that provisional qualifying session.
Oh, he's hard back down on the
limiter up now, straight.
I was going to say the same thing there.
Hear it bouncing off the hard cut there, pushing very deep into the cutting. You just hear how hard he's pushing it through those gears. Bit of a wiggle on the exit, but he keeps into it. The car's looking very fast at the moment.
Oh, he just glances the wall.
Did he catch that there?
Yeah, just a little contact. It may not have damaged the steering. He's continued on with the lap now regardless.
You got to hope that hasn't cost him an incident point which will ruin his lap, but he's still pushing on hard.
Getting the front left wheel off the ground down through the dipper.
He's looking very quick. If this is a clean lap, I think we're going to see a new provisional pole sitter.
He got that car pointed very straight, very quickly out of the elbow there, so to get a best run as he could down Conrod Straight.
Interesting to note with Conrad how the drivers are managing their gear changes. You heard him just holding 5th until he crested the hill there to make the most out of it, but how deep do you want to push into this car? Grab a little bit of the curb, glide it neatly through the right-hander.
He's the fastest to the second sector with a 29 flat. We're about to see if he's lost any time. A little bit of a wiggle at the final corner. And he does a 204 flat, but the times aren't counting. It may have been a contact.
I think that he must have caught an
down.
incident point through that little brush of the wall. We've been saying it all session that any sort of incident is going to ruin your night. It seems exactly like that's what happened.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He stayed into it. He led us to believe he never had an incident, but he must have got one.
Now, Jared's joined us in the box here, and Jared, you're looking mighty quick, but time didn't count. What happened out there, mate?
I clipped the wall coming across the top there underneath the fidget shoe sign. Unlucky.
That is unlucky, mate. You've been showing some terrific pace. You must still have some high hopes for the race.
Yeah, seeing the first few guys crash out, that gives me a little bit of hope, but that was very tough out there with cold tyres.
Looks like it is tough. How does the challenge of this event compare to what you've been doing in the V8s, Jared?
A little bit harder. Haven't really driven this car at all, really.
I know you must be keen for the V8 season coming up then, if you reckon that this is harder than a V8 supercar, so hopefully we might see some good things from you in the season coming. Looking forward to it very much.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Was a nerves a factor in that? Were you feeling it before, or were you pretty relaxed?
Yeah, could have played in a little bit, but oh well. Just car slid wide across the top there, got no grip at all. It was pretty sketchy moments there, especially last corner, almost binned it.
Anyway, mate, we'll let you go.
Note, Jared?
Sorry, Leo, I was going to say we'll let you go prepare for the race, mate, as Josh Muggin is just coming through the chase for his hot lap.
See you, boys.
All the best, mate. Now, Muggleton, of course, a very experienced, very talented driver, V8 champion from a couple of seasons ago, taking a very different approach to this warm-up.
Yeah, it was a very slow out lap from Muggo. He's much the same way as his teammate Tony Ortridge did.
Yeah, I wonder if they've been kind of having a bit of communication to see what they think will work best. Both these drivers, of course, TTR hyperstimulator drivers.
Used all the road through turn 1.
Yeah, Muggo, of course, is super quick on the V8, very popular with the fans, and would have been in with a great shot the title last season, but off getting married and all that. So good on him though, but great to have him back and competing for Race of Champions tonight.
So he's looking good here, Leo. He's very late on the brakes into the cutting and he made it stick.
Yeah, but at the same time, he looks very, very smooth. The car's not moving about too much. He hasn't been sliding it on the exits or anything, and it looks very settled over the curbs.
He's good first sector of a 46.4. That's our fastest to date.
I'm noticing that he's able to really manage these curves on the exits and at the apex very well. The car looks quite stable, and he's able to use all the road. It's looking like a very, very quick lap from Muggo. Uses all the road there on the exit of the Forest Elbow. Nearly brushed the wall.
Nearly took our camera out there with his right-hand side mirror.
So here we go, heading down to the final few corners of the lap. We see once again just how hard the drivers can push this rough track car into the chase. And grabs the smallest bit of curb on the exit. Only Murray's corner left to run now. Deep into the brakes. Tidy lap it seems, but very quick as well. Muggo takes provisional pole with a 2:03.8.
Yeah, very nice lap there by Muggo. He was very committed the whole way, and you could really tell the nature of the car. It looked very settled, and he was driving it very well.
Indeed it was. And Josh in the commentary box here, thanks for joining us, Muggo. Your car looked super fast, but importantly, you looked really comfortable out there.
Yeah, not too bad. I just conscious of actually doing a clean lap. A lot of guys binned it so far, and a few guys commented a bit sketchy over the top, bit of understeer. So just drove it about 9/10, and yeah, it was clean. So I'm happy.
Yeah, we mentioned that a lot of guys coming unstuck there, Muggo, with the cold tyres. Obviously going a bit later in this top 10 shootout helped you with that. Some information for you to pass down to.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, when three guys so far haven't finished the lap, you sort of think, oh, you might have to back it off a bit. So yeah, just did that. But yeah, happy with that. There was plenty more in it, but yeah. So yeah, happy with that. See what the other two guys have got.
No, you've definitely put the pressure onto them. So yeah, we'll sit back and see what they can do.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks again for joining us, Josh. We'll let you get back to your preparations, and all the best for the race.
Cheers, guys.
And now we've got Brad Ryan driving for TTL coming around to complete, or to begin, his top 10 shootout lap.
Yeah, I had word through from Ian Travis, TTL boss, where we were expecting pole position from Brad Ryan or a massive explosion, so he's not going to leave anything on the track. He's going to go for it.
That's exactly the sort of thing that I was thinking myself when I was asked who I had picked for pole, because I know that Brad Ryan is able to just go out there and just find that limit, push as hard as possible. But at the same time, he sometimes has a knack for going over that limit.
Yeah, he just slightly missed the apex at turn 2.
I think we're going to see a committed lap right on the ragged edge.
Oh,
but he's just caught the wall at the cutting.
Yeah, he just brushed it. I'm not sure if he would have got an inch in it, but he's continued on with the lap. It was only a slight touch. He's certainly using all the track across the top of the mountain. He looked a little bit better through there than Muggo. Muggo had to hesitate a little bit on the throttle coming out of the dipper. Brad was certainly on it. Done a 29 flat to the first sector and a 46.2 to the second sector.
So we see that he's been super quick as Brad Ryan, but yeah, interesting to see what's happened with that rush to the wall. Hoping it hasn't ruined his lap. Might result in another no time.
Oh, he's gone around.
pushed deeper into the chase than we've seen anybody run so far, and at the turn-in point, it just looped it at the rears. So pushing very, very hard was Brad Minor. Unfortunately, it fitted there. Now we've got Brad who's joined us in the commentary box. Brad, people were saying that you were either going to be on pole or there was going to be something mighty fiery happen, but how'd you go out there, mate?
Yeah, well, the hardest part of the track I absolutely nailed and screwed up the easiest part. So, yeah, it's a good sign that I'll probably bin it in the race, but I will.
We mentioned that on your hot lap there. It looked very good across the top of the mountain. It looked a lot better than Muggo's back. But yeah, the easiest part of the track, you have to be pretty dirty on yourself.
Yeah, I definitely pushed too hard into that through the chase there, and I sort of felt the rear going as soon as I turned the car. But yeah, it's a long race, and as you can see, it's pretty easy to crash. So yeah, see who crashes first, I guess.
That's it, mate. It's going to be an exciting event, and how do you feel for your chances for the race? You've obviously got the speed there, but how are you looking forward to charging through this field?
Yeah, the speed's pretty good. I'll just have to see the strategy and everything. I'm not very good with strategy, so I think I'm just going to go flat out and just keep filling the car up, and then hopefully at the end of the race, or I'll get to the end, and yeah, we'll see how we go.
We'll leave you there, Brad. Well, good luck for the race, mate. We'll certainly be watching.
Cheers, boys.
Of course, we've got the final driver in this top 10 shootout. One of the most exciting drivers in the field, Justin Ruggier, comes through to begin his top 10 lap. Ruggier had the fastest lap in the regular qualifying session. Puts him as the last driver out on track for our top 10 shootout. Means the pressure's on here to Justin to go to pole.
Yeah, there'd be huge pressure on him now. You certainly wouldn't want to slip down, but just touching, if Justin does have a moment and this lap doesn't count, Michael Yuya will be starting from the second grid, which is an outstanding effort, and Ben Rothberg starting from the front row.
That's exactly what we're hoping to see with this qualifying format, is some excitement through the qualifying, or the style of qualifying. The grid get mixed up a bit, but of course we've all got to wait to see what happens for pole position, because Justin Ruggier is really on it on this lap. Car was carrying so much speed down into metal grate. Looks very, very fast over the top, and now of course begins the descent down through the S's. Grabbing a lot of curve into the dip and just slipped the inside front up, and gee, this is looking like a very fast lap.
He done a 46.6 to the first sector. It was a very good time.
So that was the fastest first sector that we've seen of the shootout.
There was another one that took it right to the top of the fifth gear before he changed.
Now make sure he doesn't make the same mistake that Ryan made in the chase. You want to go as deep as you can, but of course it's just a fine line between that and looping it. Tidy through there. Very, very quick at the same time. Heading now down into Murray's. Deep under brakes goes Justin Ruggier. Only this corner left to run. He's very tidy on the exit. Crosses the line, and it's a 2:03.6. That's put him to pole.
Outstanding lap there by Justin. Managed to hold those nerves in check and keep it off the walls. That was the most important thing.
Yeah, finding that balance between a tidy lap and also a quick one. Proved like it was pretty tough for some of the drivers out there, but Justin Ruggier, who's joined us in the commentary box, was able to master the mountain, it seems, and he's going to be starting this race from position 1. Well done, Crux.
Hey guys, how are you? Yeah, well, I don't know if it was mastered,
here,
but I tell you what, it was far from perfect lap. There's no grip whatsoever up there, so glad to pull it off and get pole, which is great.
Well done, mate. A lot of drivers have been commenting the cold tyres, absolutely no grip, especially across the top, and we've seen 5 guys not post times in this session. Of course, that was the plan, just to keep it straight and hope the time was good enough.
Actually, I was just gonna my plan was just to go out and not think about conserving, because where you make mistakes. So basically, the minute I left the pit exit, it's just to get a feel for the track, just go flat out. That way I know my braking markers and all that kind of stuff, and it paid off for me, because at least I got an idea for the track, and yeah, try and get a good lap out.
Definitely paid dividends for you there, mate. But that's why I like this Race of Champions format so much, is it forces you to really think on your feet, make the most out of what you've got. But now with this race coming up, 61 laps, how are you going to manage that differently?
Oh yeah, definitely. We have to I think it's just going to be survival. It's very difficult to keep on the track, and with the weather changing with winds and temperatures and that, the car changes completely. So yeah, it's going to be a race for survival. Obviously lap traffic. Obviously behind me I've got a race of champion himself, Josh Muggleton. So yeah, it's going to be a very difficult race, but yeah, I'm just going to keep it clean, keep the car on the track, and put myself in a good position for the last stint, and then press on.
It's exactly the qualifying races we mentioned before. We didn't really see anyone run 20 laps without an incident. 61 laps without incident, like to go incident free. It's going to be a huge task.
It's amazing, Brooksy, that with the wind changes and that, you get a headwind and you can brake later down in the Conrod, and then you get a tailwind up Mountain Straight and you have to brake earlier. So not only do you have to keep it on the track, you just got to be mindful of the extra speed you're carrying into the braking zones. It just it catches you out, and caught me out the other night as well. So
once again, another great element to this Race of Champions, all going to go in towards to making it a great race to watch, and hopefully a great race for you to be a part of, Ruggs.
Yeah, always. It's fantastic to be part of this, especially with the McGrath Foundation as well. It's great to see so many drivers participate in this and support the cancer awareness. So yeah, we're all grateful to be part of it, and thank the team, Simon Black, Mike, and Seb and Marty Atkins and all the other boys that are involved in it. It's fantastic.
And of course, you'll be starting from the prime position, so let you carry on with your preparations, Justin. Well done for tonight, and best of luck for the race coming up.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, pole's nice, but obviously the race is where it counts. So definitely, that's where we want to be. Top step.
Well, what do you make of all that, Brooksy? It was an exciting top 10 shootout.
Interesting
to see that only 5 drivers setting a time. It's really going to mix this grid up big time.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And 5 drivers, a couple of drivers there you'd expect to post good times haven't posted times, so they're going to be back in the mid-pack. And a couple of guys there that Ben Rothberg starting off the second row in 3rd spot. That's an outstanding effort by Ben, and you know, on this track you can get away and you get some clean air and anything can happen.
And Seb's joined us back in the box from behind the scenes work. Mate, that was an exciting session. What do you make of it all?
I'll tell you what, that's just proof of how tough this place is, how tough it is in this car in particular. It's very exciting to see some huge speed from the guys, and just the conservative strategy paying off for a few of the guys in the lower position. So it'll be very interesting to see how guys like Ben Rothberg and Tony Ortridge and that, who managed to move up positions, to Michael Yeo as well. So it was very exciting qualifying session, very exciting top 10, and I can't wait for this race.
So we might quickly run through the results of that top 10 qualifying session. Of course, Justin Ruggier is going to begin Race of Champions 7 from pole position. Completed a lap of a 1:03.6. Muggleton only 2 tenths behind in second, so that's a very, very quick front row of the grid. Then Ben Rothberg in 3rd. Excellent result there for him. Tony Ortridge 4th, and Michael Yeo completing a time there, and it's less than a second off Justin's best time. He's going to be super happy with that and starting himself out of a great position there. Also then had Jared Philsell, Guy Leach, Terry Nightingale, Matthew Nethercote and Brad Ryan being the drivers that weren't able to set a time, and seeing some of them come from, you know, the more of the mid-pack, back of the top 10 is going to make for an exciting event, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely, especially the opening laps. So to see guys like Jared Philsell, Brad Ryan coming through, guys like Michael Yeo and those sort of guys that are there on their own merit, they're not going to give those positions up easily. So really excited to see especially these opening few laps.
And joining us in the box is Mr. Mike Koroloff, our race steward himself. How are you, buddy?
Very good, thank you, and thanks for having me. And fantastic broadcast to the V8s Online guys. It was great to watch.
Thanks, buddy. How was that for a top 10 shootout, mate? That was pretty exciting.
Well, what can you say? I mean, guys like Michael Yeo qualifying 10th and ending up around, 4th, 5th on the grid, thereabouts, 5th place, I think. That's certainly mixed it up, and just through a good lap and being just a little bit conservative, and with some of the faster guys just kissing the wall. Yeah, it certainly changed the top 10 around, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's
Of course,
sorry, go.
I was just going to say, great event being put on here, Mike, and the way that the format has been sort of come to with this shootout and then the longer endurance type event. It's I think probably one of the biggest challenges that drivers have had to face, and it really brings out the best in them.
Oh, look, absolutely, and I know it's a bit of a deviation from the original Race of Champions that Chris Tarrant so brilliantly kicked off, really, with a great idea, and then passed it on to us. But it's one of those things, isn't it? Last Race of Champions, we had Bathurst. You just had to do it in a V8. I mean, iconic race, and it went off well. And then we get the rough, and the rough and Bathurst. Well, what can you say? It's a great combination, and we just decided that we would look to raise a little bit more money and awareness this year by opening Race of Champions out to more drivers. We gave everybody an opportunity, and so different drivers that had the availability were able to come along and qualify. And there are guys in there that basically would perhaps not have been invited overall if we were just looking for the top 50 drivers, but they've had a chance, they've come along, they've participated, they've gotten in there, and we've been able to spread it around through the Australian community, which is what we were looking to do, and give more drivers a shot at it. So yeah, it's good to see the guys that have supported it and come along and all had a go, and we think it's a good format.
Yeah, it certainly is, Mike. We touched on before the amount of work you guys at OSR are doing for the ROC, and I would take my hat off to you. Raising a lot of money for a good cause, and where do you go from here? That's my question.
We go to Race of Champions 7 and we'll start planning 8 straight afterwards. The one thing to remember, guys, it's whilst we are doing this as a charity event for the McGrath Foundation, we've also dedicated this race to the memory of our lost driver, Todd Galvin. So all the cars are supporting him, and our thoughts and wishes go out to the Galvin family at a very difficult time for them. But yeah, on to Race of Champions 7. I think it's going to be a great event. We're going to have a large variety of drivers and speeds in there, so there's just so many things that can happen, so many strategies that can play out. And I don't know, Race of Champions 8, well, we'll think about it and we'll let you know.
I have got a question for this race, guys, on the admin. There was talk about adding quick repairs for this race. How many have we got?
We've got one quick repair available to you, or a reset, but of course it's always the case that if you just brush the wall and then you do a pit stop, it will automatically reset the car, so got to be careful in how you use it.
And of course, Mike, thanks again for putting this event on, and thanks for giving us a bit of an insight to what it's all about, what it's like behind the scenes, and we might leave you get to it because there's a lot of work still to be done. There's a lot of racing still to come, and we're very much looking forward to it here.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great call.
So we might take another little short because we've got 61 laps of Bathurst coming up. It's going to be a very exciting event. We hope that you're all enjoying it there at home, and we'll be seeing you again very, very shortly.
It's a place where heroes are born and legends are created. Many will come to conquer it, but only one will tame it. This one person will be our champion. Their time is now. The mountain is calling.
after a quick break.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to V8's Online's live and exclusive coverage of OSR's Race of Champions 7. We are, of course, having this race for the McGrath Foundation, so please make sure that you donate for this fantastic cause. You'll see the donate links in the broadcast. Jump onto our Facebook page and make sure you do show your support. We've had an exciting build-up to this race already. Qualifying races, which you will have seen, were an exciting thing for all the drivers, exciting thing for us to watch. And then, of course, tonight, race night, we saw the qualifying session, 1 hour session for 50 drivers to try and find their spot on the grid. And then the top 10 shootout, which made its debut at Race of Champions 6, definitely proved that it was a great way to get our drivers through and onto the grid. Now, I'm Leo Gray, back again for the broadcast. We'll have Seb and Clayton Brooks joining us here. You with us, Seb?
I most certainly am. How are you, Leo?
Mate, I have been enjoying a fantastic evening of racing at Mount Panorama. It's a beautiful circuit. These roof track cars are definitely turning it up, and it's great to be here.
It is most certainly fantastic. It's been a fantastic couple of days. We had such great racing on Saturday night with the A and B qualifying race and then the last chance qualifier. Then a huge qualifying session with the top 10 shootout to boot. It's been awesome, and now 61 laps of the fantastic, beautiful Mount Panorama. I can't wait.
That's it. We've seen already that this race is going to be something special. The way that these cars drive around this place is they need to be driven right on the limit, and we know that Mount Panorama is not an easy place to have that happen. So great test for these drivers. Most importantly, great racing to watch.
And obviously all this couldn't have been done without the work of the OSR boys, and joining us is another one of them, Simon Black. How are you, Simon?
I'm well, thank you, gentlemen. Yourselves?
Fantastic, thanks, mate. And big thank you for this event. It's been super special, been very exciting, and really enjoyed bringing this to everyone.
Oh, I'm glad you're having fun. That's what it's all about, and raising a bit of money for the McGrath Foundation, so I'm glad everyone's enjoying it.
Yeah, it's been a big exciting event. Anything? Are you getting out on track for the main event tonight?
Yes, I'll be out there starting in a few minutes. So yep, I'll be on the grid with the other guys. So I appreciate Mike and Andy and Marty and all the other guys helping out, and especially Mike and who we've given sort of the hardest job to be the race marshal, while I think up of the the wild ideas, and then leave him to do the marshalling and go for a drive. So I appreciate him doing that for me.
Oh, it should be exciting. With only a few minutes left of this warm-up session, we'll let you get back to it. Good luck in the race, and again, big thank you for everything you've done for V8 Online and the McGrath Foundation and putting this event on.
No worries, thanks guys. I'll come and talk to you after the race.
Thanks, mate.
Now, of course, with this format, does look like a really exciting way for drivers to be getting amongst the Race of Champions event. It's a special event. Not something that is normal for most of these guys. 61 laps is going to be a long, long race here, and of course, the way the qualifying session went, still another way to just, really test your sim racing skills.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this is all going to play out. we've said before, the guys that keep it clean and straight for the whole 61 laps, they're definitely going to move up a lot of positions. But the guys out front, they're going to have to go very, very quick because there's no way they can back off and just make sure they keep it straight. They're still going to have to be quick to win this.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging, and again, I think like on Saturday night, we're going to see some big mistakes from big drivers that will be very much race-defining moments. So it's going to be very interesting. I think we'll potentially see a new champion crowned tonight that might not have been expected or might not be in that top spot. So it should be exciting. We'll see how we go, but only a minute and a half left till these boys start gridding up.
We've seen already that this is an unpredictable event. The top 10 shootout was a real big mix there with drivers showing us just how how treacherous this place can be. Get it wrong and you're going to lose it in a big way at Mount Panorama. There's no such thing as a little off here.
Of course, the track temperature's changed again. It's dropped a few degrees from the top 10 qualifying, and not very much wind around, so that will help the drivers in some aspects.
Yeah,
I think they'll be happy about the wind, but the temperature is going to be a big thing.
Yeah, getting temperature into those tyres, and I believe we're looking at about 15 laps on a tank of fuel, so the strategy is going to be pretty straightforward. Run it dry, pit for fuel and tyres, run it dry, pit for fuel and tyres. At one point you will have to try and eke out a fuel tank to 16 laps to make the full 61 laps, but depends on which segment you want to do that in, but it should be proved to be very exciting.
That'll just be one of those stints, of course, that the drivers will have to do that. But with 61 laps, plenty of time to do that, and with 50 other drivers on track, going to be a great chance for, plenty of opportunity for you to be able to do that.
Now, we won't be able to show you the starting grid because obviously 50 cars, but we'll try and get through the top 10 quickly as the grid will come to us in just a second. Unfortunately, with this sort of the format that hosted session comes, you can't actually get the grid information until the cars are gridding. So we have about a minute to run through it. But Justin Ruggie off pole with Josh Muggleton, Benjamin Rothberg, Tony Autry, Marco Yeo, Brad Ryan, Jared Filsell, Matthew Nethercott, Terry Nightingale Jr. and Guy Leach round out your top 10. Jared Muggleton in 11th. Sorry, go Leo.
Sorry, Jared Muggleton 11th, Chris Tarrant, Lee, David Mayer, Simon Black, Sanjan Dalalik, Michael Schreier, Bo Cattell, Dean McCallick and Jason Brooks, the top 20.
Then I'll take the next 20. We've got Gavin Sadler, Craig Spark, Matthew Barron, Aaron Farmer, Carwin May, Jeremy Williams, George Fullerton, Dave Oliver, John O'Barry and Paul Keegan round out 30.
And 31st Martin Carroll, Nathan Grouden, James McKnight, Stuart Wood, Michael Parrygross, Dylan Shepherd, Paul Rudd, Ian McPherson, Wayne Jaffa and Craig Dorr.
And rounding out the field, Brenton O'Brien, Luke Betts, Rick Summerhays, Jane Siddolf, Mark Noble, Tim Foltz, Marlon McMullen, Marty Atkins. Now that's had the grid set. The drivers are on the track right now. The revs rise. 61 laps of Mount Panorama. And the race is green. Looks like Justin Ruggie got a fantastic start from pole position. But it's going to be a big fight down into turn one with this massive, massive field. Hope everyone gets through cleanly.
Ben Rosberg was able to slide into third place. He was able to hold on to his qualifying position so far, but the battle is down position. You've got Chris Tarrant and Adrian Lee almost going side by side.
We have Mugger around the outside. Nothing to turn to. Justin has
Mugger showed a lot of pace early on, but check out Ben Rosberg who is third, putting pressure on the former V8 champion. With massive fields making its way up through the cutting.
If you're wondering, guys, we've got a lot of guys starting from pit lane. Shane Steedle, Marlon McMullen, Stuart Wood and Paul Keegan, Aaron Farmer and Gavin Sadler all starting from pit lane.
Obviously taking the more cautious approach, trying to avoid any incidents on the first lap. But I tell you what, these guys have made it through fairly clean to this point. Peter's just coming down through the S's now, but there hasn't been any major incidents to report.
And Josh Muggleton just had a big wiggle coming through the S's. Got the curve a little bit, punching it sent the car sideways, but he was able to hold on to it and keep on going.
Pause. The guys at the back of the top 10 we want to keep an eye on: Brad Ryan, Jared Philsell, Terry Nightingale Jr. Watch for them to come through. Terry Nightingale Jr. alongside Jared Philsell down Conrod Straight.
Huge field of cars. Nate making their way down into the chase, but Muggo, big pressure once more on Rugia.
Oh, Brad Ryan's off at the chase. He took a massive dive down the inside of Michael Yeo and he's locked it up and he's kept it off the wall, but he's lost a few spots out of it.
Yeah, continuing to drop back. He's going to find himself right in there behind Guy Leach, so 10th position for Brad Ryan. He'll push on though, no damage, no contact.
Chris Tarrant's having a look up in the inside, coming into the hell corner on Jared Muggleton. Looks like he would get that position. No, Jared with a big dive under brakes, drives around the outside. What a move!
We've seen that with Hell Corner a number of times, just the way that the outside lane can get a strong run up the straight, but Tarrant coming back, heading up the mountain.
Andrew Lee looking to get involved too. These guys are always going to go 3 wide. Oh. Jared Muggleton quickly
take the position around the outside of Jared Muggleton. These drivers doing a fantastic job to leave each other just that little bit of room that they need.
Oh, there's contact between Jared and Andrew Lee. There's a slight little nose to tail.
Yeah, they'll be right there. They'll push on.
Andrew Lee.
This is the big one. He's on his roof. There's going to be a number of cars involved. He's fortunately managed to get off the track soon enough, but that was a monster hit.
Who was it that collected him? I didn't actually catch the car, but that was a massive incident. Check out the race replay quickly and try and work out who it was that got collected.
He caught a little bit of the inside wall, and it looks like there was 2 cars that came through. Fortunate enough to catch him. I think Sandy Delilac was one of them.
Yeah, it looked like it was Sanji Delilac that just had nowhere to go. Suddenly Andrew Lee bouncing in front of him. He's still managing to keep on track down in 13. Hasn't lost a position, but it'll be interesting to see how his car handles from now. But change for position for the lead. Josh Muggleton past Justin Rugia, coming down into the chase.
Yeah, it was a beautiful move by Josh Muggleton. Set him up out of Forest Elbow and got the run down, and Jared had nothing to fight with. Dustin, sorry.
Don't think Dustin's going to let him get away anytime soon. It's impressive as well to see that Ben Rothberg hanging on, only a second off the lead. He's keeping pace with these first 2 drivers. Great move by Muggo to get himself into the lead, but the field is still holding very tight.
Looks like Shangin Delilac in 13 has Bocatel for company behind him. Surprisingly, Shangin doesn't look too bad.
You know what, I'm wondering if, I was watching Bocatel's shot there, I think he actually went straight underneath the car of Andrew Lee, so these guys were remarkably lucky to get through that.
Jared Philsell moves up in the 6th spot ahead of Michael Yeo.
Yep, Jared we know has got a lot of pace in the Tactics Control car. So he'll be setting his sights now on Terry Nightingale in 5th. There's a long way left to go in this race.
Looks like Brad Ryan behind is trying to have a look at Yeo. So after not being able to put a time down in the top 10, Brad Ryan looking to quickly move up some positions and not lose touch with the leaders.
Yeah, it's really hurting him sitting back in this pack at the moment while Justin and Muggo and Ben Rothberg get a bit of a lead.
Speaking of Ben Rothberg there, he's looking very racy behind Justin Ruggier at the moment. Not letting Ruggier get away from him at this time.
I won't be surprised, Leo, with this draft down Conrod if he can get up side by side, getting into the chase in.
Yeah, he's setting his sights on 2nd position.
Looks like Brad Ryan is having a look around here. He's going to go around the outside through the kink into the chase. It's a hard place. Oh, Yeo backs out of it. Smart bit of driving. It's a long race ahead of him.
He's going to come back here on the 27 car of Jared Philsell.
Yeah, he never got a very good run out of the chase there, Jared, and Brad Ryan's taking Paul Burnage. As Terry Nightingale spins at Murray's corner. He's going to lose a ton of positions. Flick spins it around. Going to slot in behind Jared Muggleton.
Try and get a quick
Yeah, I don't think
replay
he
of
hit
that.
anything though.
It's coming down into Murray's corner. See what happened. It looked, he might have just came in a bit too deep and just was not just too fast for the rear end. Had to keep it on track. Didn't hit anymore, so able to live on and fly it on.
Now that battle pack from Brad Ryan on back is still a big train of cars.
Got Sanjin and Bo Cattell also having a great battle. Obviously Bo Cattell, new signing for the ANZ team this season, so out there in his new skin, so it'll be good to see him, how he goes with his new team.
Yeah, of course we've still got Matthew Nevcoat and Kyle Leach unable to set a time in that top 10. They're looking hard to push.
So you're already 4 laps into this race. There's no time for you to relax, no time for you to let off or find a bit of time to yourself. These guys are going to be right on the whole way through.
Just looking at this, Mokuyo and Matthew Nevcoat, these guys are teammates. It'll be interesting to see how, if these guys start to work together to try and maybe save a bit of fuel in this stint or work to catch back up to Jared.
Just behind those guys, we've got Bo Cattell making a move on Sanj and Jalali.
Oh, that was a very committed pass through the kink and the chase.
Oh, he's touched the grass!
That moves Bella up to 11th spot.
Looks like we got a battle forming, a bit of a battle pack here. We got Simon Black, David Mayer, Matthew Barron, Jason Brooks running the race centre car. Those guys are tuning in live, and Jason currently racing at the race centre, so good to see him out on track, and I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. So Matthew Barron has a bit of a look at Dave Mayer, but can't quite get the move done.
Now, whilst all that was happening, Ben Rothberg's actually dropping down through the field at the moment.
Yeah,
he's hit the wall, he's got big time damage on the front of the car. That's dropped him from 3rd place down into 10th, and he's going to continue to lose ground.
See what I can find on the race recall replay. It was
Yeah, he's definitely got damage to that car. It's just understeered through the cutting.
Yeah, he's limping it back around to the pits. The rest of the field's going to have to be very careful coming up to him here.
Yeah, just trying to find out here is the race.
Jared Muggleton.
Big incident. Big
Ben
incident. There's
Rothberg.
three or four cars involved. Rothberg's got big time sideways in front of Jared Muggleton. And Muggo's had nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Jared. He really was a innocent bystander there as Ben was trying to get that damaged car back to pits.
Again, we'll try to find another race recall quickly for everyone at home.
I'll tell you what, it's very lucky that no one else was collected in that, because Jared Muggleton's car was positioned in a really awkward part of the track.
Oh! Looks like Squizzer, Matthew Barron almost had to make some very big evasive action to not drive into him. Although Josh Muggleton, Jared's brother, is leading this race at the moment over Justin Ruggie. He's got himself out to an 0.8 of a second gap at the moment, but it's closing up a little bit.
Yeah, Justin just said he's...
Ruggie was about... Sorry, Brooks.
I was about to say, Ruggie just said his fastest lap for the race, that last lap around.
Yeah, I was about to say he was about 0.3 quicker than Josh Muggleton that time by.
He just pulled in another 0.3.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot from these drivers that it takes about 4 or 5 laps for the tyres to really come in, get up to pressure, and the car to find its speed. And hey, lap 6, they were spot on.
Yeah, that last lap from Justin, that was 0.8 quicker than his previous best lap, which is lap 4, so the car might really be coming to him now.
Good Guy Leach, Matthew Nethercott and Chris Tarrant, Bo Cattell and Sanjay Delac all in a big train here, battling hard. Chris Tarrant's found his way into P9 after starting in P12, I believe it was, so he's had a good couple of early laps.
Yeah, and of course Bo Cattell from 18th up to 10th. Definitely made the most of the opening laps.
Yeah, great driving there. Important from all these guys just to keep your nose clean, stay out of trouble. Long way to go in this race. Got to make it to the finish, but doing well.
Looks like we got a battle.
Speaking of,
sorry, go.
I was going to say quick times. We're probably thinking of the same thing here, Seb, but check out Brad Ryan at the moment, currently sitting P4, hunting down Tony Orchard, but his fastest lap was nearly a whole second quicker than anybody else's.
It's definitely on the pace, although Jared Filser has Michael Yeo for company coming into the chase. Michael backs out of it a little bit. Wasn't quite close enough this time by, but that battle, that was exactly what I was going to touch on. That Brad Ryan, man on a mission at the moment, wasn't able to put down the time in the top 10, but he's still got 50 odd laps to make up that ground.
Only driver in the twos that lap, and he was a second quicker than Tony Orchard was.
Matthew Barron's had a big incident at the chase. He's losing lots and lots of ground. Let's see if we can find out exactly what happened. It doesn't look like he has any damage to his car.
Oh, someone off in the grass there. Two drivers off heading down into just want to see if I can try and figure out who that is, but like Dave Oliver and Martin Carroll have had it coming together.
Had our first retirement from the race. Tim Foltz's internet has dropped out.
Matthew Barron just having a bit of a oversteer moment as we check out the race recall, and lucky not to get collected. He found himself parked in the middle of the road, very awkwardly so.
Just stay on it from there, Seb, and just a little bit up the road, Martin Carroll and Dave Oliver had a big coming together on the exit of the chase.
Try to get that up. Sorry, I'd already fast forwarded it, so I'll see what I can find here for you guys.
As Brad Ryan is all over the back of Tony Orchard, just looking for his position. Has a little look down into the elbow.
Down into Forest Elbow. Not an easy move to make though. But with the pace that he's got on at the moment, it's only a matter of time before he gets around that TTR. About to say TTR Falcon, but we're in these roofs tonight. There we go, side by side, into the chase.
Yeah, Tony gives Brad he gives him the preferred line through there. He knows he's smart not to fight Brad on that. He knows he was quicker.
It's incredible pace from Brad Ryan in these early stints. So really, he's not far off the lead too. He's only 1.6 seconds, 1.7 seconds behind Justin Rugger in second place. So he's definitely looking in a good opportunity to maybe take out this race of champions.
Yeah, no, Brad Ryan's very quick.
Even with that bit of traffic, that overtake move on Tony Orchard, he was still running quicker than the guys in front.
Josh Muggleton still able to, he's actually opened that gap up a little bit to Justin Ruggier, now to 0.8 of a second now, so these guys are just trading blow for blow with this lead battle, so it'll be interesting to see how that sort of pans out with pit stops. Not too far away, we're about halfway through a stint almost. Actually a bit over.
I've got Ari Sabin's given Martin Carroll a black flag for his incident with Dave Oliver.
Yeah, we have been told that the drivers will be having a watchful eye on them, making sure that they keep be respectful out there to all the others, and need to keep your nose clean and be smart out there.
Ben Rothberg almost going to the back of Martin Carroll. Martin Carroll, knowing he's got a penalty, tried to let it off and let Ben through, but I don't think Ben was quite expecting Martin to be slowing down so much as Martin goes to the pit lane to take his penalty. I have to give a big shout out to Guy Leach, doing an incredible job, still holding on to 8th position. He didn't have to get through to that last chance qualifier on Saturday night just to make this main event. Has shown incredible pace today in his qualifying result. Made the top 10 shootout and is showing he's well deserving of that top 10 position.
That's getting through at the last chance in a big way, and he's putting Big pressure on Matthew Nethercote at the moment. Got a great run down Conrod Straight, heading into the chase. He's going to size him up for an overtake. Thinks better of it though.
Oh, look how far
Like
Matthew
Nethercote was
Nethercote.
very...
Yeah, he just closed right up on the back of Michael Yeo there, Matt.
Yeah, I was worried that he was going to loop it there for a second.
It's very easy to do to just get sucked into watching the car in front of you and miss your brake marker by a metre or two, and suddenly you're coming in a little too hot. But check out the battle up front. Brad Ryan all over the back right here. As Justin goes defensive coming up into turn 2. Brad Ryan goes around the outside. We've seen this move work a few times. Can he hold on? No, he can't. He pulls back in line.
And these guys are getting remarkably close to Josh Muggleton at the same time too. Muggo's not running away whilst these guys are fighting.
This is incredible driving by these top 3. Showing at this field how to get this car around this track. But to battle that hard and side by side and still keep it clean is just a testament to these guys' skill.
He's going to struggle to find a way around over the top, but just with the amount of pace that Ryan's got on at the moment, he's easily the quickest car out there right now. Ruggier, however, is no slouch, and he's not going to make life easy for Brad Ryan. Then you've got Josh Muggleton, a V8 champion, in front of them as well. This is a remarkably quick front field of drivers, and they're going to catch some left traffic in a second as well.
Trying to work out who that is. I think that might be...
Shane Steedle. Steedle, sorry. Hope I pronounced that right, Shane.
Shane steps out of the way.
Yep, he's...
Justin Ruggie's been running defensive line against Brad Ryan. I don't know if it's a bit too early in the race to be running that kind of line. It's, my personal opinion, I'd just let Brad go if he's got that much more pace on me and let him battle it out.
Look at all 3 of them!
But at the same time, was going to say, look, Ruggie is there for the lead of this race. Muggo's pace, I'm not sure whether he might be using this first stint to save a bit of fuel or not, but Ruggie has also got the lead to think about right now.
These boys do realise there's 61 laps, right? Someone else steps out of the way and lets these boys go. This is incredible driving by these top 3.
So there we go, beginning lap 10 of 61. Seems like there's a long way to go, but we have heard you can drive this car like a qualifier the whole way home. Ruggier was saying as well in his qualifying lap that once he was out of the pits, he was just going to be head down as hard as he can go, and he's carried that mentality into the race, it seems.
Oh, Brad Ryan, again, Justin Ruggier goes defensive. We'll jump on board with Brad Ryan as he tries to go around the outside of Griffiths. Can he hold on to it? No. Almost makes
He
the
got
move
about
done.
as close as you can get, but he's going to have to be careful to make sure that these two don't come together. But I'm still amazed to see that Muggo's not running away at this moment.
Yeah, Muggo seems to have a lot of pace down the bottom end of the circuit, but the guys certainly catch up to him going up the mountain.
With how hard these two are fighting, you would think that Muggo would be getting away. We have heard, though, that the drivers will need to save fuel on one of these stints to extend themselves out for a lap, so I'm going to be very curious to see if Muggo actually makes it to lap 16 this time by. He could be using the fights behind him as an opportunity to steal that bit of fuel.
It would be a good time to just get on that alternate strategy, save the fuel in this early one. Then you would be at the advantage that every other time the guys are pitting a lap before you, you can do one more lap on your warm tyres before you end up on your... Oh, Josh!
Oh, Muggo!
Muggo, sorry, Josh. Whew, getting my J's mixed up.
He's had a huge moment out of Forest Elbow.
He's going to be under a lot of pressure now from the two behind him. Justin Ruggier with a big toe down. Conrod Straight. Brad Ryan is going to be hungry as well. I don't think he's going to wait for Justin to get around.
Oh.
They run side by side through the chase.
There's a car off the track on the inside.
Contact and they're around.
That's a big incident.
All 3 leaders are off the road at the chase. Ruggier and Muggo got side by side through the chase. They looped. One of the cars was on their roof, and Brad Ryan came through and collected them. That puts Tony Ortridge through into the lead of the race. Muggo crosses the line in second. Phil Sell third. But heartbreak for Ruggier and Ryan. They're gone.
That was an absolutely massive incident. We just knew that was a pressure cooker waiting to blow. We check out the race recall replay. Looks like Josh Muggleton had a bit of a slide, and then suddenly it was just could not catch it, and the car of Justin Ruggier just popped off the ground very, very quickly, and suddenly he found himself on his roof.
And of course, this might not be the end of the we hear of this, guys. There is live race admin, and they are handing penalties out tonight, so we could hear some more from this yet.
Muggo's car, of course, was very, very sideways coming out of Forest Elbow, so maybe he wasn't looking too good under acceleration. Having that pressure there from Ruggier maybe meant that he just wasn't able to keep it under him, and around he went, and the other two were collected. What this leaves us with at the moment, lap 11 of 61, Tony Ortridge leads from Josh Muggleton. Muggo, a little bit of damage on the front, and then still to see whether there's going to be any sort of admin sort of comments about that incident. Third place, Jared Filsell. Looks like Ruggier has managed to continue on in fourth. Don't know how that's transpired. Michael Yeo, fifth. Nethercoat in sixth. Guy Leach in seventh. Bo Cattell all the way up to eighth right now. Sanjay Delilac in ninth, and Terry Nightingale rounding out the top 10.
Brad Ryan was the biggest loser out of that incident. He found himself all the way down in 24th position. That's a big drop of positions for him. The other two were able to get away with it, but I could. Oh, someone behind you. I think that was Luke Betts in the wall hard coming. Maybe John O'Barry. It was John O'Barry. Sorry, I called that wrong, Luke. Coming through the into Reed Park.
And of course, Brad Ryan was the innocent bystander and all that, and he's the one that suffered the most out of it. We'll have to keep an eye on those guys' lap times to see if they're carrying damage. Like we said, they've got to try and get to lap 15 before they can get that car repaired.
Sorry, Muggo to the lead. He's managed to get around his teammate coming down Conrod Straight, and he's going to resume the lead of the motor race.
Keeping a very close eye out for admin. I'm expecting a penalty for Josh Muggleton after that move. Knowing the OSL votes, they're quite critical of driving standards, and we'll be looking at that incident closely. But it looks like Bo Cattell and Sanjay Delilac might be going side by side into Griffin's Bend. Sanjay will get up the inside. Oh, almost contact. But it looks like Bo's able to keep it on the outside. He will now have the inside line coming up into the cutting. But Sanjay has the optimal line and drives straight around him. So great racing.
Very smart racing as well by these guys. Still a long, long way to go. But great to see that they're able to race this hard, but still be keeping a mindful watch of how much room they've got. As for the admin thing though, they seem like they're taking a long time to give us a good hard look, which I think that they should, because of course racing for the lead, it's always going to be a hard fought thing. So they'll have the final say. We'll see what happens, but I am glad that they're taking the time to review things, because we don't like to see sort of black flags just handed out left, right and centre for the hell of it.
There was a highly controversial black flag last ROC, so I'm sure they won't want to make a controversial mistake again.
These boys, they'll be reviewing that incident. They'll be looking at every camera angle they can get, trying to work out exactly what happened and try to justify what a fair course of action will be. They're very unbiased. They do the right thing, so I'm sure they'll be working hard at it.
Just I'm having a look. Josh Muggleton's done a 2:03.2. His fastest lap of the race last time around, so he doesn't seem to be carrying too much damage. Justin Ruggier was a 2:04.3, so he may have some damage to his car.
Well, Justin Ruggier was on his roof, so it wouldn't surprise me if he does have some damage
to
that
car. Oh, car around at the back. Who's that? Cattell. Cattell's around.
Get back underway.
Cattell's looped it at Murray's corner. He's just done it all by himself. Got a little bit of the grass on the exit, kept it off the wall, and he hasn't made contact with any other cars. He looks like he's only lost a position.
Looks like he was in a bit of almost a battle with Terry Nightingale the corner before, just on the race recall, but get the action as he comes down into Murray's corner. Looks like he got a little bit wide, maybe. Yeah, just too wide, got over the curb and unsettled the car. So it was actually not a bad little recovery. Managed to get a flick spin around and keep going without losing too much time. But looking at this battle between Matthew Nethercott, Guy Leach, Michael Yeo and Sanjay Delilac, these guys have not let up all race long.
Yeah, Guy Leach has been stuck to the back of Matt Nethercoat's bumper from the word go.
Guy Leach has a bit of a slide there coming out into McPhillamy. That was a bit wild. He was well wide of the apex, and we just saw a nice big puff of smoke come out of the car. So held his breath there for a moment, but kept it on track and still fighting.
We've got teammates battling here. Jared Philsell's made a drop pass. Oh, sorry, Justin Ruggier all over the back of Jared Philsell.
This rough is proving to be quite sturdy. Pace these boys are continuing on with after that incident, so.
Not just sturdy, but very racy as well. The drivers look confident in these cars. We see another move. Guy Leach is putting one, or thinking of putting one on there into the chase, but it looks like they've really got the confidence to stick the nose in and have a dive under brakes and do it without worry of looping it around. Now we see, who's that? Michael Yeo into the pits.
Yeah, and he's in early. I was expecting lap 15 to be the first pit stop.
So he may have a bit of fuel savings to do, but we'll keep monitoring that. We should expect the rest of the field or a lot of drivers in on the next lap or lap 16 if they've been saving from the start.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy this plays out for Michael. Looks like his teammate Simon Black is also in the pits as well, so it might be a team strategy to hit this one lap early. They might be able to save a bit of fuel in the later stints and get an advantage there. Oh, we got big damage to Jeremy Williams in second.
Race control has handed down the finding between that incident with the leaders, and it's been deemed just a racing incident, so no penalties required.
And there you go. That's very fortunate for Josh Muggleton, and unfortunate for Brad Ryan. He would be disappointed with that, an innocent bystander, but these boys will be back racing, and Brad Ryan finds his way up back to 19th.
Now it looks like we saw a lot of the Fincar guys in the pits. So if they're working on a strategy, at least they won't be the odd man out, being the only person doing that.
Yeah, maybe a smart move, Leo. Get out of that. Sorry, mate. I was just going to say they're getting out of those packs that they were battling in.
Looks like we've got a battle here between Chris Tarrant and Bo Cattell for 9th and 10th position. Bo after just having that spin a lap earlier, so interesting to see how this plays out. Chris just missing out on the top 10 shootout before, so.
Now, interesting to note, first and second place, the TTR cars, Muggleton and Ortridge, have continued around past the pits. They're not diving in. Of course, we're going to begin lap 15.
Yeah,
this is where we were expecting it. Here they come. There's other drivers in. Guy Leach, Sandra Delilah and Terry Nightingale.
They've obviously done their numbers. They know what fuel saving they can do. They're hoping that they can get their fuel saving done this stint. I'm guessing by the pace that Josh Muggleton was running at the early part with Justin Ruggier and Brad Ryan behind him, that he was fuel saving. So this is all playing into his hands at the moment. So hopefully it works out.
Couple of others in at the moment. Michael Schreier, Dave Mayer in there as well.
Dean McCarley as well. Matthew Barron getting in.
I've got my eyes on Michael Yeo. I'm keen to see who's the first guy to pit seated where he's going to follow out with different people. And he's lost a bit of time to that grip in front of Sanjan Delali, Guy Leach and Terry Nightingale.
Guy Leach is really harassing the back of Terry Nightingale. Terry did get a good pit.
Those three came out all over each other, Nightingale, Leach and Delali. And they'll continue their fight on, all three in together and out together, and that's maybe not what they want to see. We probably would have hoping to get a bit of a benefit in the pits, but we think it's great to see these fights continue on.
Terry Nightingale did have the fastest pit stop that I can see so far, apart from Brad Ryan with the 15.5. 18.7 for him versus the 19.4 for Sanjan and the 20.5 for Guy. So definitely worked out something in his pit stop, or his pit crew did the job just a little bit better and was able to take advantage of it.
I think as although Ryan's would have been to clear a bit of damage from that incident, he'll still need to be making another stop for fuel. Now Muggo into the pits. His teammate Ortridge in as well, so that's first and second in. We should be seeing a number of cars in.
Looks
Phil
like Jared.
Ruggier, Nethercote in there as well. So that's the entire top 5, and I think that won't be the last of it because we've got Cattell, Tarrant.
James McKnight stays out. He was a lap down though.
McKnight has already been into the pits. So that's going to cycle everything through. Carlin May pulling into the pits as well. And that will make for the entire field having made their first pit stop. This is lap 16 of 61. Muggo, first driver out of the pits. He's going to hold the lead. Car 27, Jared Filsell got a good stop and has managed to jump his teammate there.
Those boys hold position, that's where they came in, so... Matthew Nethercott though with Terry Nightingale Jr. Terry Nightingale now with slightly warmer tyres and then Nethercote. This could get interesting coming up to turn 2. Has Terry got the run? He looks to the inside. Matt holds the outside line and will probably just give it up knowing he's on cold tyres if he does.
Nightingale's pit strategy's definitely paid off for him there. He had a very, very fast pit stop. Hot tyres will make a difference. And he's managed to make a bit of a gap on the drivers that he was fighting with.
So a quick run through the top 10. We've got Josh Muggleton now back out after all the pit stops in first with Tony Autridge in second. Jared Filsell finds himself in third position. Great race so far for him. Justin Ruggier, he'll be a man on a mission now after that incident earlier. Found himself on his roof and still manages to hold on to fourth for the race. It's one of the more fortunate outcomes to an incident where you end up in your roof, so he's lucky to still be in it. Terry Nightingale just up into fifth and showing great pace so far. Matthew Nethercote in sixth, Guy Leach in seventh, Sanjin Delilac in eighth. Brad Ryan back up to ninth place at the moment. Is Brad Ryan pitted?
Yes,
he has made a pit stop, fixed the damage, but that's not going to be enough fuel for him. He was in too early to be able to save. Well, actually, I don't know. Can he save that much fuel?
It'll be a big ask from here, but Justin Ruggier just made his way past Jared Filsell into the chase, so he takes over third spot.
Only about 5 seconds, 5.3 seconds off the overall lead of the race from Josh Muggleton. So still not out of this race hunt at the moment.
Now keep an eye on the lap times proper once these guys have all cycled through, but including the pit stops. His out lap, in and out lap, Ruggier was about 2 seconds quicker than Autridge and Muggleton.
Michael Schreier and Bocatel battling for 11th and 12th place, coming up to Griffins now.
The big loser out of all those pit stops is Michael Yao. He's dropped back into 10th spot.
Those boys were in quite early, and we have talked about it at some points over the weekend, that pitting early with the effect the cold tyres have could be a disadvantage versus what we're very much used to, that you want to get in the first in and first out so you can use your fresh tyres. But with these tyres taking so long to warm up, pitting first is not necessarily an advantage anymore.
Yeah, I think you said Simon Black pitted the same lap as Michael Yeo, and he's dropped back quite a bit from Chris Tarrant, who he was battling as well.
There was a lot of the Fincar guys in the pits on that same lap, so this could be their saving stint. We'll see what happens as the rest of the race plays out, because there's a long way to go. But just to quickly touch on the tyres, because of course this weekend as well had the 2.4 race at Daytona, simulating the Rolex 24. And there was a lot of comments from the roof guys that they were double stinting tyres because there was more of a benefit to have a hot tyre for that initial couple of outlaps than it was to get fresh rubber.
Guy Leach just had a big moment having a look at the back of Matthew Nethercote coming out of the chase. Got all sorts of crossed up going over the curb and bouncing around, sparks going everywhere, so he was lucky to not lose too much time after that. But yeah, it is a very interesting point. It's a new tyre model version 5, as iRacing called it. They've just released it on the with the brand new rough coming out. They'll be releasing it on a number of new cars in the build coming out in the next couple of days. And it's going to really put an interesting new strategy on races and how tyre life plays effect. It looks like Brad Ryan's having a look at Sanjin Delilac. Can he go around the outside? Oh, he's still on the outside.
Bold move.
Oh! That was
nearly collected Brad Ryan there. He went to turn in to take the apex and saw that there was a TTL car there, and he's just had to open up the steering a fraction. They've managed to get through it, but that was an intense moment.
Oh, I held my breath there.
The fastest guy on track last time around was Justin Rugger, and it's brought him right up onto the back of Tony Aldridge. They deal with some lap traffic at Brenton O'Brien down through the dipper.
Brenton will be getting blue flags. Oh. Tony Aldridge almost got caught out. This one making fun of. Oh no, Justin Ruggie goes wide. Almost gets the fence.
This has allowed Phil and Nightingale to catch up as well. This has got 4 cars now. This is the fight for second place, and they're all out on the same stretch of road. You're going to have these 2 tag cars nearly run side by side because Phil Cell's got a massive tow.
Justin has a look around the outside of Tony. Oh, Jared on the inside.
Yeah, this is some intense motor racing here. Ortridge still managing to hold on, but Ruggie having a look. Look at Nightingale in the background. He's going to take the spot from Phil Cell. Jared Nightingale has done a fantastic job from this pit stop here. He's made some big ground on hot tyres.
Oh, contact with Tony Aldridge. Justin Ruggie got into the back of Tony Aldridge, and Tony's lost his spot. He might lose another one to Terry Nightingale now. Now who's that coming out of the pits? It looks like one of the direct clutch services cars.
It would.
Tony Aldridge was very lucky to not end up out in the wall with that slight bit of contact. Nice to have contact between him and Justin Ruggier. But that's put Justin Ruggier up into second place. Now he's eyes forward, man on the mission to catch up. 5.4 seconds to get up to Josh Muggleton. Jared now finds the back of Tony Aldridge. Tony Aldridge will be getting sick of these tag cars. They're all over him at the moment. Jump on
now,
board with Jared.
through all of that,
sorry, go Leo.
I'm going to say through all of that running there, it's actually moved Terry Nightingale up into the 3rd position. So great run here by them.
Oh, Justin Ruggier.
He's
losing.
No,
he's lost a lot of time. He's down in 5th.
Now with that though, I actually think that he is. Oh no, he's had a little bit of a lose. Look, I'm wondering to see if he was going to redress the position back to Tony Aldridge, because of course they did make contact there into turn 1, and Ruggier did gain a position from that contact, but he's now dropped back behind Aldridge. So I wonder if that's going to.
Sorry, but in there, Leo, Matt Nepico spun just in front of Justin Ruggier at the chase. Seems like everyone avoided contact.
And Justin Ruggier, just with the race recall, he looked like he just tried to get on the power a little too early coming out of Forest, and so we'll keep going with the replay and catch up with this Matt Nethercote moment just ahead. They're going side by side through the kink. Big slide and good reaction from Justin to read where the car was going to go and not make contact. Brad Ryan though finds himself back up in the 6th place, so he's not out of this overall race win hunt yet. It's still a long way to go to lap 20 of 61.
Well, looking at how he's gaining positions here, I don't think he's saving fuel on this stint. If he is going to be trying to run the standard strategy or to the same pit windows as the other drivers, he's got a bit of saving to do, because he was in on lap, I think I calculated as being lap 12 he was in for his stop and repair, but that's going to be a bit of saving.
I've got some damage on Brad Ryan's car. Last lap around was a 2:05.3, so he's had some sort of incident last lap, which may affect his lap times.
With the sheer amount of pushing he's doing, it wouldn't. He might have made it just a simple little mistake and hit the wall somewhere. It's very easy to do around this place. We know the walls are all very close and will greet you very quickly if you make a mistake.
The guy that's impressing me, Terry Nightingale Jr., he's up in the second spot and he's showing a lot of speed. He's driving away from Tony Autridge.
Be sure it's great pace.
Here's Autridge.
Sorry, go Leo.
I was going to say Autridge that last lap was also a 2:05, and Nightingale was doing pretty well the same lap times as Muggleton, our leader, so he's definitely got pace. But just behind that, for third place is starting to heat up. Jared Philstill is putting pressure on the back of Tridge's TTR. TTR Roofy was pretty tight on lap times there, so I don't think Autridge is going to be letting him by in a hurry.
And Matt Nethercott and Guy Leach. Looks like Guy Leach has had a bit of contact to the front of his car. He's got a bit of damage there now, but these two, again, they're still inseparable. Trading blow for blow with lap times. I'll quickly take a look at the gains and losses so far, see where the top 20 stand, at least at this point. Josh Muggleton up one, Terry Nightingale, big mover, up 7 positions. Sanjay Delilac also moving well, up to 9. Justin Ruggier losing 4. And also we've got Carl May and George Fulton moving up spots well in the top 20. Michael Paragros up 11. Marlon McMullen up 20 spots. What a good move drive so far from him, starting coming out of pit lane to start this race. So Marty Atkins up 16 as well. Biggest loser Jared Muggleton down 28 positions after a big contact.
Ben Rothberg actually down 43. Started in third, finds himself in 26. Had contact with the wall early on. Tell you what, this battle for third's still on.
Oh, look at Jared.
Also looking very racy. And he's having a dive. He's side by side into the chase. Was car off the track. They're going to need to be mindful of. Autridge trying to come back at the second portion of the corner sequence. They're going to run side by side down into Murray's, and Justin Ruggier is going to get hungry behind all this as well.
Poor Tony Autridge. He's got. Didn't I just deal with this guy before? Justin Ruggier has a look on the inside of him, coming into our corner, and Tony Autridge just breaks a little bit. Oh! Almost repays the favour.
Just having a look, guys. Justin Ruggier has been the fastest man on track the last few laps. He's really got the eyes forward, trying to regain those positions from that moment at Forest Elbow.
Tony Autridge going to go have a look around the outside. Can he make it stick? We've seen it before, but no, he's gone wide. That's giving Justin Ruggier the position. Take a look at the gap up front. 3.7 seconds now between Josh Muggleton and Terry Nightingale. That gap was out at about the 6-second mark not long ago. Terry Nightingale is on fire. He's moving through really well, although he did lose a bit of time last lap. Oh no, he didn't. Sorry, I'm reading that wrong. I thought it was 2:05.5.
Yeah, nearly a second quicker than Muggo that last time by. Only a couple of laps ago, he was about 5 seconds back. The gap is now 3 seconds and it's closing.
Yeah, of course we've mentioned there is a fuel conserving stint needed by the drivers in this. With Muggo's bit of a lead, he may be conserving a bit of his fuel in this stint.
So Muggo got very close to the wall there, tried to take out Camera with his mirror again. Michael Yeo, Bo Cattell, Michael Schreier and Chris Tarrant are all nose to tail coming down the mountain. Looks like Bo Cattell lost a bit of time and he's under a big attack from Michael Schreier coming through Forest Elbow. Will Michael Schreier have the run in the draft to get in on coming into the chase?
How about Chris Tarrant though, sitting their third car in line? Going to try and use this as an opportunity to capitalise. 2 cars side by side, punches a big hole in the air, and Tarrant's going to be getting a great tow here. Of course, if these two get side by side through the corner, it's just going to bring them even closer.
Michael Shray is able to get that move done. Here comes Chris Tarrant now, Bo Cattell. Sorry,
thanks about it. I was going to say, some great looking cars in this shot as well. You've got Schreier running a Darrell Lee car for the Multi-21 Sim Racing. Of course, then Cattell with the new sponsor for ANZ. Oh, Tarrant off in the background.
Big spin at turn 1. It was actually funny on Saturday, me and Brooksy and that we were thirsty for coffee and hungry for chocolate looking at these cars out here. I think it was Paul Rudd, was it, that had
the Gloria Jeans car. It's good. The new sponsors coming into sim racing. It's really good to see.
Yeah, the Gloria Jeans car is still running around out there. Paul Rudd at the moment finds himself 37th on track, 1 lap down from the leaders. Unfortunately, looks like he's having a little bit of internet dramas, but you can still see that delicious coffee-flavoured car out there.
I might need to take a short break, guys. Go get me a coffee soon.
I can't take my eyes off this battle between Matt Neficote, Sinjin Delalik and Guy Leach.
Neficote's doing everything right.
Yeah, and Sanjin, I was just about to say, has found himself in the middle of some big fights the whole way through. Guy Leach now is getting the big run, but he's got damage on the front of that car, but doesn't seem to be slowing it down any.
Sanjin has the draft. Guy Leach had the run, but the draft just such a big factor. Although Guy back underneath now. Oh, nose to tail coming through the into the chase.
Yeah, Guy Leach thought better of it there.
Oh, who was that going slow? One of the Daco cars.
That's Craig Dorr just stepping aside there. Let these guys continue on with their fight. Doesn't want to get amongst that.
Craig Dorr finds himself in 31st position. Speaking of battle of teammates, Jared Filson and Justin Ruggie are at it again. I think Justin Ruggie will have done more overtakes by the time the night's over than some of our biggest movers.
Wish we could keep tabs of that because he's been up and down, over and over again, all racing teams. Still the quickest guy out there, however. But speaking of quick laps though, he was only just 2 tenths quicker than Terry Nightingale, our second place driver, who's managed to close the gap to the leader, Josh Muggleton, now down to less than 2 seconds. He's going to be there very soon.
Yeah, he's been putting in some terrific lap times, Terry Nightingale. He's really got his head forward. He's got no one pressuring him from behind, and he can see that hypercar in front getting closer and closer.
Terry Nightingale does do some real-life racing out there. He's actually competing in the... he's got himself in a Bathurst 12-hour this year in a HQ, I believe it is, so... He's no slouch racing.
Very different machine to the roof that he's running today, but I'm sure this is going to be a
Michael
great
Yeo's on his roof. Something's happened to Michael Yeo. I'm just sorry, the live timing screen's catching up. And
yeah, I saw him disappeared off there. It was a big incident with
Michael Schreier, is it?
There was a tag car involved there. Schreier caught him. And there was one of the tag cars, the pest control cars, that just managed to scrape through. I can't see who that was. It was Bo Cattell. So Bo Cattell hopefully won't have gotten too much damage from that that incident. But you're going to see Yeo out of the race. And Schreier, I think, is going to have big damage from that as well.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate incident.
There were still other cars collected. One of the, I think it was Chris Tarrant came through and collected the back of one of the overclockers cars.
I'll try again.
So just when a car goes around it. When a car goes around at that point in track, it's a blind section of road. There's not really anything you can do.
Yeah, it looks like he just went a little too hot into the dipper. It's a very hard place and very easy to get the car car stepped out, and poor Michael Schrader, just suddenly there's a car in front of him, nowhere to go, and it looks like Simon Black got involved as well. Some of the overclockers, Chris Tarrant, as you said, so unfortunate incident, but look at the battle up front. Less than half a second almost.
And Guy Leach has had a drama last lap around, 5 seconds off the pace, and he's fallen well behind Sanjin Jalalik and Matt Nethercote.
Sanjin having a think about it, Matt Nethercote coming into McPhillamy. Matt Nethercote was well wide of the apex there, it was very awkward.
Sanjin's looking good behind him. Going to stay tucked up behind the Finn car roof, heading down Conrod Straight. The chase, of course, is the prime passing spot on the track. Got all this stretch of road to wind this little 6-cylinder thingy up and get as much speed as you can down Conrod Straight.
Looks like Matt Nethercott did get a better run out of Forest Elbow, and that was able to eke that gap out. Although that was a little bit awkward. Lap traffic there, just trying to get out of the way, but.
I'd take your eyes back to the front, guys. We've got a battle for the lead. Terry Nightingale half a second behind Josh Muggleton.
Hasn't taken him long at all. That last lap he was 1 whole second quicker than our leader Josh Muggleton. So he's going to be there and fighting for the lead of this race at the end of this lap.
And we're near pit stops, only about 4 laps away, and we'll see another round of pit stops.
Oh, we got Jared and Justin side by side, teammates again. Jared falls behind, and Justin Ruggie gets back into 3rd place. Looks like
Ruggie's got pace.
Sanjin having a look at Matt Nethercott coming into the Griffins now. Matt's being pushed wide. Sanjin will get the move done. Matt will keep it on track and keep fighting on. Although at the front...
Great move. Yeah, Nightingale is there. They're going to come up on traffic here. Can't tell who that is right now, but Muggleton's going to have to be very, very well aware. Don't expect Atkins to hold these guys up, but still you need to be mindful of pressure in front and behind.
It's a tough place for Marty Atkins to get out of the way as he pulls offline and jumps on the brakes. Good presence of mind, knew the battle was there, so great driving as these two continue on. And every time I see them get near that wall,
it's an awesome shot, isn't it? Looks
it
great.
Really
now,
is.
just to quickly touch on the pit stop mentions from before, Brad Ryan has come in to top that car up. He finds himself back down in 14th, but I think he's going to find himself in a bit of trouble come the end of the race.
Yeah, calculations are he's about 4 laps short, so that's a massive fuel effort to save 4 laps worth of fuel.
Looks like Gavin Sadler's found his way into pit lane as well, so I'm having a couple of issues with deliveries out there tonight, guys, so try to get that
So now,
out.
crossing the line to begin, lap 27 to 61. Gap from 1st to 2nd, Muggleton to Nightingale is 0.3 of a second. Nightingale carrying a lot of pace over Josh Muggleton at this point in time. He's looking racy behind him too. He's got a clear track, so there's no traffic to hold these guys up, but this is going to be a straight fight for the lead.
Terry Nightingale pokes his nose out, just lets Josh know he's there. Thinks about having to move, but pulls back in line. Oh, he's right up the back. We've seen him go 2x2 through here. Difficult part of the track, though.
Nightingale looking super confident in the car. He's just showing the nose out at some points and getting out of the mirrors just to try and unsettle Muggo at some others. But we know that this guy is a super fast racer, Josh Muggleton. He, of course, is a former iRacing V8 Supercar champion. But Nightingale is putting massive pressure on the back of this TTR roof.
On board with Terry Nightingale. Let's just experience his downhill run. Listen to his throttle work as he comes down the gears. Such an easy place to get sideways, the dipper. Car does not like it. It's very easy to loop it there. Again, hard braking area coming through Forest Elbow. Here's this draft. Let's see how Terry can go coming down to the chase.
Nightingale looks so going to the top of the mountain there. His car looks very tidy. It's looking like it's doing everything he wants it to do, but he's getting a big tow off the back here. Don't think that he'll be close enough to make a move, but he's going to think about it. Oh, he dives down deep under brakes. Side by side they run through the chase. Grabs a little bit of curb, and that's Nightingale through into the lead.
Someone did have a spin at the chase there. It looks like there's a car off on the grass. I couldn't work out who that was, sorry.
John O'Barry there said that was a great move there by Terry Nightingale. He was very late to make that move done. A lot of guys are getting them done before the kink, but he got it done under brakes, and Josh Muggin was smart enough not to fight it too hard.
It was a tidy move. That moves Nightingale up into the top. Scuggleton down to second. Ruggier still sits in third, but check out these times. Ruggier is the fastest car on the track right now.
Of course, with the 2 leaders battling, that was nearly 2 seconds. That's Justin Ruggier's caught up to the leaders.
We've got Brad Ryan, Jason Brooks going side by side into the chase. Brad Ryan gets the spot over the race centre car of Jason Brooks. Move done, he moves himself back up to 12th. Although still looking not good for fuel numbers for Brad at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as the race goes on. Michael Yeo's managed to get back out on track, and he's behind Michael Perigros for 23rd position.
25th spot, Gavin Sadler's the last car on the lead lap at the moment.
It's been very good standards of racecraft and driving by these guys out here tonight. It's been very impressed. Simon Black finds his way to the pit stop. It's again 2 laps early. It's looking not he's going to have to save a lot of fuel at some point, Simon.
Sorry, I was going to say, Leo, what's impressive is the gap that Terry Nightingale's opened up on Muggleton in that 1 lap. And the guys behind, Justin Ruggier and Jared Pilsell, are really catching up to Josh Muggleton themselves.
It's about 0.7 of a second from Nightingale to Muggleton. And Ruggier is only a second back from Nightingale into the pits.
And
so
Terry
Nightingale takes the lead of the race and then brings it into the pits 1 lap later. This is a scheduled pit stop.
I'm hedging my bets that Josh Muggleton's. This has been a fuel conservation run from him.
If he can get to lap 31 or 32 before pitting, he'll be well safe to get it home from there. I'd imagine that's what he's trying to do. It just seems a little too early for those second pit stops to be happening for some of these guys.
Just remember that Nightingale hit a lap earlier on that previous round of stops. Guy Leach is also in. He was in the pits at the exact same lap as Nightingale was.
Poor Guy Leach.
So once again, these are scheduled stops.
Guy Leach's car
they will need to be.
Sorry, Guy Leach's car is looking a little worse for wear, but Terry Nightingale comes out side by side with Bo Cattell as they run up Mountain Straight. Bo knows Terry's just come out of the pit, so he's got to use his warm tyres. It just squeezes in front. Not what Terry would have wanted. He would have liked to have had a bit of clear track to get back up to speed with, but battle up front, these top 3.
They've got a car in front there, Gavin Sadler. No room to get out of the way over the top of the mountain, but now Conrod's straight. Drivers can stretch their legs and make their way by cleanly. But the gap for the lead, it's half a second from Muggo to Ruggier, and less than half a second Ruggier back to Philsell. So these top 3 cars are the top 3 in the race right now. But we should see them peeling off into the pits any minute now.
It'll be interesting to see when they dive into pit lane. So
staying out for another lap. Now Ruggier and Philsell have managed to make it past that lap car into Murray's corner.
Gavin Sadler had a bit of a moment coming through Murray's as well. So
yeah, it's an awkward place to be on the outside of the track there. Not a lot of grip when you're offline around Mount Panorama. We've seen a number of guys have awkward moments at Griffin's Bend as well. You don't want to end up on the wrong side of the track there. Seeing Sanjay Delilac also in the pits from 6th position.
This is about on the money for a normal with no fuel saving stops, so we'll be interesting to see when these next top 3 come in.
Yeah, it's going to be either this lap, they'll tell you whether they're saving fuel or not. If they go another lap, they'll definitely save fuel at some stage, and they should be right for the whole way home.
Jason Brooks has also found his way to the pit lane, so pit stops 2 well underway. Oh my god.
Oh, it's an awkward
traffic.
spot. Brenton O'Brien, very awkward spot for him to be.
Brenton, nowhere to go. He's struggling just to keep his car on line. He gets out of the way, releases these 3, but that's given Justin Rugged the taste he needs. He's well onto the back of Josh Muggleton.
Great job by O'Brien to get out of the road where he could. Just when you reach a car at the top of the mountain, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So that leaves these 2 tag pest control cars hunting hard on the back of the TTR Hyper Stimulator car. But they're going to be peeling off into the pits anytime soon. This could come down to a battle of the pit crews. But look at the run that Ruggie has got heading down into the chase. Backs out of it though. We tried this once before and saw what happened, so guys are going to have to be very, very mindful of contact. And it looks like we're all going to be peeling into the pits now. First, second, third, Muggleton, Ruggie and Phil Sell all into the lane.
That's quite a telling stint there from Josh Muggleton. The guys were able to catch him. I really did think he was saving fuel, so a bit of a telling stint there.
Seems that Josh Muggleton just doesn't quite feel as comfortable in this car as the other 2, so maybe just focusing on surviving rather than pushing too hard and making a mistake. Look at the angle Justin Ruggie has pulled in his pit bay. He's ready to dive straight out there. He knows it's a critical pit stop.
Tony Ortridge pits from 5th spot.
Matt Nethercott in as well. He pits as well. Looks like Jared's the first to get
one down
dropped.
off the jacks.
Oh my god, he's got in the jump. Terry Nightingale's coming around the outside. He's going to have the run. He's going to have the hot tyres. He's right behind Josh Muggleton.
Now remember, Nightingale was the race leader before he came into the lane. Muggleton has managed to jump in the pits, but look at the run that Nightingale has got heading up into Griffin's Bend. Side by side they run into the corner though. Nightingale takes the position before they even make the corner, swings back around and resumes the lead of the motor race.
Has the heat in the tyres, has the speed at the moment, and knows what his car's doing. The other guy's on cold tyres, just coming. Oh, Muggo gets a bit of the wall going through the cutting.
And of course Justin Ruggie's been coming out just behind Michael Paragos from Multi 21, and there's just nowhere to get past at this part of the track.
Now on that lap we have had the rest of the field complete their pit stops with the exception of Bo Cattell. Bo running 5th at the moment, so managing to go 1 lap longer on this stint. That could be of benefit to him later on.
It's definitely going to pay dividends. Oh, as he gets up and it was that Paul Rudd, I think that was. The Gloria Jean's car. He really almost got caught out by how slow Paul was going to let him past. Could have ended very unfortunate for Bo. But we're just about over half race distance, guys.
That's it, lap 31 of 61, and it's been an intense race, and already I don't think we can say for certain what's going to happen towards the end. It's been an unpredictable event, and I don't think that it's safe to put any bets on at this stage either. Middleton looking very strong, it seems, led 26 of the 31 laps completed so far. But there are some very fast guys out there as well. Nightingale, very quick, but of course fuel is the question. Ruggier and Philsell, they're carrying a lot of pace as well, but haven't had the luck.
Terry Nightingale's just streaked away from Josh Muggleton in that lap. I'm just not sure how Terry's going to make it on fuel. He's lap 29 he pitted, he's got to get at 61, so he needs to get 31 laps out of these last 2 stints, which to me says fuel saving.
He is pushing on though, so he may be just trying to use his speed as an advantage and maybe get in with 3-4 laps to go for a quick splash and dash. Will that pay off, or will he lose too much time?
Of course, everyone's fuel burn isn't the same. Some guys just drive it differently. I know there's guys in our team that run the same lap times, yet you have different fuel burns. So Terry might be easy on the fuel, and he might be sweet.
Definitely a hot topic to keep an eye on, but Dave Oliver has found himself in a battle with Dean Mahalik, sorry. Mahalik, that's the one. I got corrected on that on Saturday, so sorry about that, Dean.
Of course, those two fighting for 16th and 17th position.
Not
Dean's
far up the road is also Chris Tarrant and Dave Mayo.
We mentioned Saturday night, Dean was one to impress in the car. He's running the VIP Pet Poos livery. And of course, just in front is Dave Oliver, is the new signing to Malta 21 this season, so he's be a good addition to their team.
Multi 21, of course, they are a very, very large team in the sim racing field, covering a lot of drivers, not just in the V8 supercars, but also in the NASCAR series, and you would expect in the GT3 series that's going to be starting up this season too.
Check out the gap that Terry Nightingale has already pulled on Muggo. 5.3 seconds. That does not scream fuel saving to me. That screams I'm going out here and I'm putting out qualifying laps every single time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just doing 202 after 202 out there. His last lap around 202 flat. He's nearly into the 201s, so...
That was the fastest lap of the race, and I think that was faster than the pole position time in that top 10 shootout. So it just shows the pace and the control he has over this car.
Now, whilst Nightingale's streaking away, the lap times that Muggleton's been doing have still been a little bit off from what we've seen from some of these other stints. And that has managed to bring Ruggier right up to the back of him. Only 2/10 separating these two drivers. Phil Cell's right there as well. But Muggleton doesn't quite look like he's got the speed.
Yeah, I was surprised Muggleton didn't stay out another lap. I was quite surprised that he come in on lap 30.
Oh no, sorry.
Oh, Terry Nightingale. Terry Nightingale's had a moment.
That's dropped him back to third.
We'll have to get a race recall and see what happened there, because that sort of caught all of us by surprise then.
Yeah, just have a look. He was stuck behind Brenton O'Brien, and he's got on the gas to get past, and he's just nosedived it into the wall.
Now, O'Brien didn't do anything wrong there, but I think that Nightingale was just a bit hungry to get past. What this has done is thrown him right back into the middle of this titanic fight for the lead. Well, what is now the lead? Phil Cell's going to have a big look side by side into the chase. Not going to be able to get it done though, because Nightingale's car is just so quick.
You're in a replay. Leo?
As they come around Hill Corner, it's Josh Muggleton just ahead of Justin Ruggier. Just behind now, Terry Nightingale, which we don't know if he's carrying any damage now, and just behind him, Jared Philcell. It's a four-way battle for the lead.
Justin Ruggier might have to run here. He's got the pace. He looks to the inside coming into Griffins. We've seen this a few times tonight. He gets move done. Great drive. Great move. And Terry Nightingale now with the run on Josh Muggleton, but hard place to go. Oh, he's going to dive it up the inside. No, pulls out of it. I thought he was going to stick the nose in there. That could have ended in real disaster.
And of course we can't forget Brad Ryan. He's only 7 seconds behind these guys in 5th spot. We might see Brad Ryan join this before too long.
Brad Ryan was a front-running contender in the early stint until that incident between Josh Muggleton and Justin Ruggier, and a bit of an innocent bystander as he has a big slide coming through Reed Park.
They make their way past Brenton O'Brien this time.
once again, these 3 lead cars snake their way down Conrod Straight. I am actually live with us now. We can see that Nightingale having to look out of the draft. We're not going to be able to make a move at that point on the track. These 3 are right on top of each other. You can throw a blanket over the 3 of them, but it's Ruggier who takes the lead for the first time so far in this race. Besides that first lap, the pole sitter really led the first one, that finds himself back at the head of the train once more. Muggleton, who's led much of the race now, in second. Nightingale, the quick driver out there right now, back into third. Phil Sell fourth, and Brad Ryan's managed to put his way up to 5th place. Not far off the lead either, but fuel's going to be a big question.
You can really sense the tension out there. Justin Ruggier was loud on the comms there, making sure lap traffic was out of the way. Really don't want anything to upset these front guys at the moment. Once again, out of Griffin's Bend, Justin Ruggie's just pulled a little gap on Josh Muggo, and Muggo looks to just be struggling to get the power down out of Griffin's.
That's brought, again, Terry Nightingale right up into the back of him, but coming across the top of the mountain, there's no real overtaking opportunities. It's a hard piece of track, and once you get up here, it's almost a follow the leader sort of style racing.
Unfortunately for Terry Nightingale, though, that is where his car looks the strongest. You see him just, oh, he's going to have a look. Geez, he thought about that.
We've seen it so many times, guys think they go 2x2 in there, it just does not work.
But once again, that does show the confidence that he has in his car. He can position it wherever he wants, and that's got to be unsettling for the car in front to see him poke his nose out there, and you think to yourself, gee, he's not going to do it, is he? He can't do that. And Nightingale is still looking ultra racy. He hasn't lost any of that pace.
The thing that would be hurting him, Leo, is I've seen Justin's made a little bit of a gap on those two. You'd be wanting to get around Muggo to try and track down Justin.
Here we go, he's got the speed, he's got the brakes, can he pull it up? He does. Great move there by Terry Nightingale.
He was in hard and deep enough that he was able to just hold Muggleton up at the apex of the corner, which meant he didn't have any opportunity to come back and try and take the position off him again. But that'll move Nightingale through across the line and into second.
Take a quick moment just to remind everyone, this is a fundraising event for the McGrath Foundation. We are taking donations. If you wish to get involved and support the McGrath Foundation, who do great work for families living with cancer and cancer research, head to donate.v8online.com.au. Whatever you can donate, little or big, you can. It all makes a big difference to this great cause, and we really, really appreciate all the support you guys can give.
While all this has been happening, this excitement up the front, we've gone past halfway, well and truly. We're 4 laps past halfway mark of this race. 5 laps past, sorry.
Happened quick, didn't it? When we got such incredible racing, it's been nothing to slouch at. But look at this: Dave Oliver, George Fulton, Aaron Farmer coming across the top of the mountain. Oh, George Fulton had a big moment coming into the S's, and I thought Aaron Farmer was going to find himself side by side with him unexpectedly for a second. Apologies to Dave Oliver, we do have you down as a private here in Overlays. We do know you're part of the Multi-21 team. We'll make sure we get that fixed up for next time, so apologies to those guys. Looks like George Fulton has a run. We'll get the move done before the kink. No! Oh! Dave Oliver comes really deep under brakes.
Oh, that was super blatant, super late there by Dave Oliver.
And that's brought Aaron Farmer around the side.
Aaron Farmer's
He's going to try and take both of them in the same move. Farmer in the Momo car tucks it in side by side into Murray's corner. It looks like we're going to have Fullerton try and pick the position back from Dave Oliver.
That was a very nice move there by Aaron Farmer. 2 spots in the one move. Moves himself up to 22nd spot.
Thank you, boys. You guys keep battling and I'll race off up the road. See you later. Gavin Sadler's found his way to the pits, so I'm not sure on how his strategy is playing out, but have to keep an eye on that. looks like he's 4 stops, so he must have had a bit of damage or something along the way. 2 more stops than the rest of the field. Terry Nightingale, he is pushing.
Yeah, check those
again.
lap times.
2:01.8. That is an incredible pace from Terry. That's his fastest lap of the race. I'd imagine that's the fastest lap of anyone out there.
Phil Sell's the only driver who's managed to come anywhere near close. Phil Sell also did a 2:01.8, but an 8.6 to the 8.3 of Nightingale. That was much earlier in the race though. So with that, those sort of laps that he's doing on Justin Ruggio, he's now moved himself to within 7/10 of a second of the lead.
Aaron Farmer, he's spun around at the dipper. Sorry about that, Leo.
No, that's all right. Unfortunate for Farmer there, because that was a fantastic move that we saw him put on those others a couple of laps ago. And his car's unwell.
He's around again.
Good race record
Fortunately, the
replay up
leaders were
coming
able
into
to,
the S's. Such an easy place to unload your car at the dipper. It's I've seen it a few times now tonight already, and it just got a little too fast through it, and it just unloads the rear end around you go.
Got to give a shout out to the guys at Race Centre. They're live watching this live. Jason Brooks up in the 13th spot. He's doing a fantastic job tonight.
Really easy. He's currently racing from Race Centre, I believe. So obviously the guys are enjoying that, and everyone cheering him on. So good work, Jason. Keep it up, buddy. If you can hear us, I hope we're not too distracting for you.
He's lapping a little bit quicker than Chris Tarrant in front of him too.
Now, sorry guys, whilst you were talking about the race centre car, Josh Muggleton has actually made an unforced error at the chase. He's looped it around. Don't think he's lost a position in there, but that's still going to lose him a lot of time. Actually, he's lost 2 spots back into 5th.
Yeah, and Brad Ryan's caught right up to the back of Tilsell. And Terry's caught right up the back of Ruggio, so they're both the tag cars under a lot of pressure now from Terry Nightingale and Brad Ryan.
It's the roll reserve. Sorry.
All happening at the same time out there. We've got Ruggio under big pressure from Nightingale, who he's lowered his fastest lap again by another whole 10th on that time. I don't know where he's finding all of this speed, but he's head and shoulders above the rest in terms of pace right now.
No slouch and knows this mountain well. He is a Bathurst local and racing in the 12 hour coming up in a few weeks' time actually. So he'll be probably using this as a good practice session for the 12 hour coming up. Showing incredible
Just behind them, we're going to try and manage both these battles at the same time, though. Brad Ryan is all over the rear of Jared Philsell at the same time.
Looks like Terry Nightingale might have the run coming through to the kink. Sticks his nose out. He gets the job done before the kink. Incredible pace.
And Brad Ryan's going to do the same, I feel. He's got the outside. Jared's already slotted in behind, and Brad Ryan gets that job done. Moves up into 3rd spot.
Brad Ryan.
Now, with how he was...
Sorry, go on there.
Going to say, with how Ruggio was running earlier, I don't think he was going to make it easy for...
Brad Ryan in the pits.
Yeah. Don't think he was going to make it easy for Nightingale. Nightingale did that on pure pace. But of course, Ryan managed to work his way all the way back up into 3rd place. We think he is going to be a little bit shy on fuel.
Fullerton and Dave Oliver again going at it. Dave Oliver looks like he has the run. He's going to stick his nose out. Will he get up on the inside before Griffins? They're going to be side by side coming into this corner. But no, George actually managed to outbrake Dave there. Great driving. Something we haven't talked about in a little while. Tony Autry is still sitting in 5th place and just doing a solid effort, keeping it clean, staying out on track, and still could potentially find himself in a great position if guys come together. Stuart Wood goes off track to give way to his teammate of Chris Tarrant and Jason Brooks as they come through the chase. Sorry, go ahead.
Going to say there's no reason why Autridge can't end up in the same position he was earlier in the race, keeping his nose clean, staying out of trouble, and when things went wrong in front of him, he was able to swing through and has actually led a lap of this motor race.
And his times are actually a little bit quicker on average than his teammate in front, Josh Muggleton.
Again, Josh Muggleton just doesn't seem to quite at home in this car. I'm not sure how many laps of practice he's been able to do since the release of this car, but it's showing the guys that have been out there doing lots and lots of practice, like Brad Bryan and that, really are showing the advantage and the benefit of that practice.
Yeah, nothing beats just laps and laps and laps of practice to find your speed. And I dare say Terry Nightingale has done a hell of a lot of practice in this rough car around Bathurst, because he is setting absolutely phenomenal times at the moment.
That time by though, Ruggier was actually a tenth quicker. Traffic might have played into that. Or maybe Justin's just sitting in behind and finding just that little bit of extra time that Nightingale's got on the field.
It's Dave Oliver that's just in front, and George Fullerton, who was in the battle with Dave Oliver, dived into the pits before Dave Oliver rolls out and lets these two go on. He knows they're battling for position and doesn't want to get involved.
Of course, fuel's going to play a major part in this. I feel for Brad Ryan, because he's not going to. Pretty sure he's not going to make it without having to pit again. But if Terry Nightingale can make his fuel last for outright speed, I think he can win this race.
Yeah,
he definitely has the pace.
Looking at about 5-6 laps to final pit stops, maybe even 7 laps to some of the guys to get into that 46-47 window to make it home from there to final pit stops. But Justin Ruggier not letting Terry Nightingale escape.
Yeah, no, the draft is certainly helping Justin. And of course we're at lap 40, 45 is that window where pit stops will start. The golden lap is lap 46. If you can get to there, you can make it home.
That's the magic number, unless you're willing to save some fuel on the last stint. Might be able to. Jason Brooks still racing the back of Chris Tarrant as well for that 12th position. Quickly touch on Guy Leach, still doing a fantastic job in 8th place. Hasn't had the smoothest of races, but is still out on track and punching out good times, and still finds himself in the top 10.
Yeah, we're sporting a bit of damage earlier in the race. Got that fixed up though at the moment. 8th position, very strong to be, and of course 61 laps. We know that this, well, endurance does play into this sort of event. You need to stay out of trouble. If you're going to be running at the end, you're probably going to finish well.
Even though Brad Ryan's not going to be able to make it to the end, he certainly can mix it in this
Terry
last stint.
Nightingale! Oh, he cuts through the middle. Justin Ruggier cuts through the middle. That was well awkward with lap traffic. Sorry. Oh,
hey.
That was a bit of a moment there. I'm sure they were all on the breath. They were too wide in front of him, and Justin and Terry got too wide, trying to find a way past that traffic. It's hurt Justin though.
You can see that these guys are just going to push as hard as possible right to the end. There's going to be no letting up. There's going to be no taking it easy at all. These guys want to win Race of Champions more than anything else right now. Nightingale is looking very strong on pace. Ruggier, 2nd position though, and this is going to be the fight for the win, the fight to become champion of champions. That traffic did allow Nightingale to build a bit of a gap. About a second back now to Ruggier, and that's really the only time that he's managed to get away from it all.
Just on board with Justin Ruggier at the moment as he comes down the mountain. Hearing him gear work as he comes through the S's and down through Forest Elbow. It's just incredible how much he's putting the engine on the absolute limit with those downshifts.
Yeah, it's a gearbox you can really smash down the gears. Boy, it's such a popular car, I think. You can
Nightingale off at the chase.
That's another mistake we've seen from Terry Nightingale. He just
yeah.
Simple man.
Second time in the same spot, I think, was it?
No, it was Forest Elbow last time.
Alright, sorry.
And we're just getting word in. Apparently the donations are $45 short of 1,000 at the moment. We'd love to hit that $1,000 mark raised. Head to donate.v8online.com.au. Show us all the support you can for the McGrath Foundation. It's a big cause. It's a great. They do great work for families living with cancer and cancer research, and really get behind it. A lot of work has been gone in to put on this event to raise funds for it. So, or any support you can give, little or big, it all makes a big difference, guys. So, really appreciate it. And thank you everyone that's already donated. Makes a big difference.
So with that incident, Justin Ruggier has inherited the lead of the race. And it's a 10-second gap now that he's managed to find himself with over Terry Nightingale. Nightingale lost big time with that spin. Jared Filsell has managed to maintain third position in the race. He's got a bit of a gap back to Josh Muggleton, however, who hasn't had the pace of some of these other front runners. Tony Ortridge keeping his nose clean, however, in 5th place. Brad Ryan still holding down 6th, that fuels a question there. Stangen Delilac has been in the thick of some amazing battles, finds himself in 7th. Guy Leach, strong position there in 8th, though he's been in the wars. Matthew Nethercoat and Bo Cattell rounding out the top 10.
Just checking out the battle for 15th and 16th. Carl May and Simon Black. So these guys have been going at it for a few laps now, been keeping a close eye on the time, and it looks like they're racing hard against each other.
Of course, fuel won't be an issue for Carlin. He's known around mounts all our races, the best fuel saver going. And Simon, there's a big question mark over Simon. He was one of the OSR guys that pitted very early, so we're still not sure if he's going to be able to make it home in that last stint.
Yeah, we're on lap 43 now, so we're about 4 laps away from that magic number, 3-4 laps. So it's going to be interesting to see when people start diving in, who's going to be short and who's going to maybe go a little bit longer and take a shorter pit stop if they've been able to save some fuel. Jason Brooks, who was harassing the back of Chris Town, has lost a little bit of time now. That gap has opened up to about 2 seconds. Looks like Guy Leach is in the pit, so first of the pit stops.
Leach in from 8th.
That's a big ask to try and save enough fuel to get home from here. What do we got? 17 laps, 18 laps?
Gavin Sadler and Michael Paragros in at the same time.
It's going to be definitely something to see how it pans out as the race unfolds, but I'm thinking they're going to be a bit short, guys.
Yeah, I was thinking you're going to have to save quite a bit to do 16 laps. To do 18 laps, so that's going to be, I think that's going to be near impossible.
Yeah,
of course, this pit stop, of course, being the final pit stop of the race. The last opportunity to fuel it up. They're going to want to make sure they've got enough to get to the end, because if you make if you have to make a splash and dash,
Simon Black in.
There's no way you'll make that up. So Simon Black's in the pits, as well as Dean McCulloch there.
Mihaly.
Another one of the.
It's Dean Mihaly. I got corrected on that yesterday. I was calling him McCulloch. It's Mihaly.
Dean Mihaly. Gotcha there. I won't forget that again. And another one of the OSR Fin cars in the pits.
I've got Josh Muggleton. He's making big inroads into Jared Filsell for 3rd position. Jared's been down in the 204s the last few laps, and Josh is in the 203s. He's gained quite a bit of time.
Now, just to quickly steer away from that second behind, Muggleton there is one of the fan favourites in this race. That's the Mad Cow vehicle out there.
Yeah, it's a great looking livery.
We got Terry Nightingale in the pit, so again, just feeling it's a couple of laps too short. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. So if he has the fuel to get it home from here. Sanjin in as well, so pit strategy really...
the pace that Nightingale's running, I'm wondering if that could have He might have been using a bit more fuel than some of the other drivers out there just due to how quick the laps he was turning was. But either way, what this means is that he's got to turn 17 laps from this pit stop to make it to the finish.
Here we go, Muggo all over the back of Phil Cell. As they come across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, he's pulled Jared in very quickly. I'm starting to think Jared might be doing a conservation run this stint.
If he can make it to lap 46, 47, that'll get him home free. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. We're on board with Craig Spark. Oh! Had a bit of a wiggle coming through Forest Elbow there. That was a little bit of a moment.
Marlon McMullen pits from 15.
And it still feels it's just that little bit too early. Oh, Muggo's on around
side
the
by
outside.
side for second.
Move done. Great move by Josh.
So the telling thing here will be when these drivers pull into the lane. We're going to begin lap 45 of 61, which leaves us with 16 laps to go. That seems to be the number that you can maybe save to. You can definitely do 15 laps to the end. So we're going to see a lot of cars in the pits very shortly.
Chris Tarrant's got big damage in the pits. Something's happened to him. I'm not sure. That's massive. Let's try and find a race recall for that.
Another driver in the lane right now is actually Ryan. So he might be a little bit better on fuel than perhaps what we thought he could be.
Oh, hit the wall where Murphy hit it during the Bathurst 1000 race last year. Big incident. I just got the end of it. I'll try and get another quick look at it from a different angle, but it seems like he got a bit offline there and just slid wide and bounced awkwardly off the wall. No, he clipped the wall in the corner before coming into Sulman. Big damage to that Direct Clutch Motorsports car.
Of course, that's something to keep an eye on. Brad Ryan has made it to lap 45, meaning he's got 16 laps remaining, and 16 laps is doable on a tank of fuel.
Finds himself in 8th position after pitting, so interesting to see how he goes. He will have the coldest tyres out there at the moment, and those front runners, so he'll be trying as hard as he can to get as much temperature in as possible and just push on, try and take advantage when they've got cold tyres.
Got to say, I'm very impressed that he has managed to save fuel.
Oh, Justin Ruggier.
Oh, he's in the wall. Brad Ryan in the wall, though.
So Justin Ruggier's dived in the pit lane. Josh Muggleton comes to the chase. Here we go. This was the magic window, guys. Josh Muggleton, no, he continues. Jared Philsell continues. Tony Autridge in. Matthew Nethercote has Terry Nightingale for company now. And he dived. Terry Nightingale gets the move done.
Nightingale, of course, we know has got pace out there and he's going to be kicking himself for the mistakes that he made. So he won't be wasting any time trying to get around any drivers that he can. Bo Cattell in there, 6th place, fantastic run by Bo. Grabs a lot of the grass and curb there, but keeps it pointing in the right direction.
So just
Wayne Jaffa. Sorry, I just got on to Wayne Jaffa. He's hit the wall hard going down through the dipper.
Wayne Jaffa did a great job making it through. Had an unfortunate qualifying race, but made it through to the last chance qualifying and was able to get through to this main event. So good effort by Wayne. Finds himself in 37th place, 12 laps down, unfortunately, but still out there running. Something we haven't talked about in a while. Top 10 qualifier, Michael Yeo. He finds himself down in 16th. He did start the race in 5th place and hasn't had the easiest of races tonight, but still out there, still fighting and still potential for making up some spots.
Yeah, he's got Dean just in front of him. There's quite a big gap forward to him to Dave Oliver.
You've seen anything can happen and has happened here tonight. Lots of unexpected incidents as they go to lap. Jared Muggleton finds himself down in 35th, 9 laps down. Not the damage to his car, not the line Jared was looking for. Showed great pace, just missed out of the top 10.
And back up the front though, the leaders, Phil Sell and Muggleton into the lane. Hey guys, sorry that we didn't pick up on this before. Did Phil Sell get around Muggleton, or was he always in front?
He was in front. Muggleton was actually catching Phil Sell in that last stint.
Here we go.
So it looks like Muggleton actually managed to make up a lot of time into the lane.
Well, Justin Ruggier holds on to the race lead. He scoots around and goes up Mountain Straight while those two are stopped. He did have a almost 20-second advantage. Looks like Josh Muggleton's getting tyres. Jared, didn't see Jared's car get lifted up. Is he
Jared is staying on the same tyres. He's double stinting his tyres, which that could mean hotter tyres, which could mean a bit of an advantage over cold tyres. However, Muggleton did jump him in the pits.
It's going to be a very interesting fight to watch it play out. 22 seconds for Phil Sell with a 19.2 in for Muggleton. So Muggleton with the hugely advantage in the pit stops.
Oh, as Muggleton goes right out to the wall at Griffin's Bend on those cold tyres. Oh, he's sideways up into the cutting.
That was a big one. It's so hard to get the grip out of these cold tyres. They take about 3-4 laps just to grip up, and then you keep finding more and more grip as you wear the fuel off. So it's really hard these opening first couple of laps, especially after you've been out there on some very grippy tyres in the light car.
Well, we know now that Justin Ruggier is doing his fuel-saving this stint, and Terry Nightingale, we're still not exactly sure what he's doing because he's just setting blinding laps all race long. Josh Muggleton and Jared Philsell are fueled to the end, and they can go as hard as they want.
Ruggier's really looking good at the moment, isn't he? He's managed to find himself with a huge 13-second lead. I think that's the best lead that we've seen at any stage in this race so far. So he can just do whatever he needs to get himself home and to the finish.
The thing I'm really curious about is how this double stinting on Jared's tyres is going to go. Jared, those tyres, I don't think we've seen it in this race, let alone anyone really tested, apart from maybe in the 2.4. But the tyre wear, how much does that come into an effect around here? Does the tyres wear out and lose grip after a double stint, or is it just you just want to keep them on there as long as you can? It's going to be really interesting.
The other thing to remember though is that this is a GT3 car. It is designed and built for long distance racing, and that goes to the tyres as well. And they do double stint tyres a lot in that sort of racing, so never know.
No, you're exactly right, Leo. The times don't really drop off. You can do your fastest lap on the last lap of a stint, but they can last 15 laps, no worries. Whether they last 30 or not, we don't know.
Oh, pulls out of it. That could have been an awkward spot for those two. Coming up into the cutting, going side by side there, boys.
See that Phil Sell does have pace over Muggleton at the moment. Unsure as to how much of that is tyres, how much of that is the car or the driver, but he's definitely looking hot on the back of this TR roof.
I just love that run down the mountain. It's so much attitude that it shows as it goes over the curbs and through the changes of elevation. It's such a... Oh my god, almost gets the wall. Looks like Marlon McMullen had a bit of... maybe just net playing up a little bit, so I lost him on my live timing for a second. Checking back in on Jason Brooks, the race centre entry tonight. He's currently finds himself in 12th place with only 8 tenths of a second over Dave Oliver in 13th. So that's something we're going to have to keep a close eye on and see how that goes. Great effort by Jason.
I've just again this way through the whole field, and the only real battle on track at the moment is this one between Josh Muggleton and Jared Philsell.
Yeah, there's a lot of big gaps here and there, but we are coming up to almost 12 laps to go, I think we are now, so not long, but still, anything can come into effect.
And of course, the guy just behind them in 5th spot, Tony Aldridge. These two trip over each other. He's eager to grab a podium spot.
I was going to say 50 laps into this race, they have been out there racing for over an hour and 40 minutes right now, so it's a lot of hard work. But all the guys that are running here at the finish have been doing a great job.
Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in tonight and supporting us with these broadcasts, and those of you that have donated, it's much appreciated. Again, if you do wish to help out, donate.v8online.com.au. Go show your support for the McGrath Foundation. We really appreciate anything you guys can give. Oh, Jason Brooks, they've just had a spin. No, Dave. Oh, Dave Oliver's gone into the pit, sorry. There was big smoke at Murray's corner there for someone. I'm not sure who that was.
Just watching that fight for 3rd place between Muggleton and Philsell. Philsell is carrying a lot of speed over the top of the mountain. This is very similar to what we saw from Terry Nightingale earlier in the race. But there's just, of course, nowhere to make a pass.
Justin Ruggie still out in the lead with a 13-second gap over Terry Nightingale. Terry Nightingale still a big question mark over fuel. It's going to be interesting to see how far he can make it. He has done his 3 pit stops, and but he was one of the first to pit every time, and potentially he's looking about 3 or 4 laps too short, so we might see Terry in for a splash and dash at some point.
I have been noticing his times. His times are a little bit slower this stint than previous stints, so might suggest he's doing a fuel run in this last stint of the race. But I've also been keeping an eye on Justin Ruggie's times, because we're pretty sure he's doing a fuel stint, and he's still in the 202 except the last lap, obviously 203.9 with some lap traffic. But if you can manage 202s on a fuel run, he'll be looking good for a win.
He does have the luxury of having a big gap in front, behind him, Justin, so he can just manage his race pace and make sure he gets to the checkered flag. Oh, someone having a spin in front of Terry Nightingale there. Couldn't catch who that was. It was a blue car.
It was one of the Finn cars. Couldn't see who it was, but
Marty Atkins there, Leo.
Yeah, ugly part of the road to be parked.
Oh, he's still slow as he tries to get out of the way of Jared Philsell and Josh Muggleton. Josh almost got into the back of Marty there as he came through Forest Elbow. Someone we haven't touched on in a while, Sanjin Dalai, doing a great job. Currently sitting in 7th place. Seen him out there in the V8 Supercar a number of times, and just trying to remember where Sanjin started the race.
He started in 16th. Seb?
There you go. It's a good result for Sanjin, up a number of spots well within the top 10, and be a good result for him.
Yeah, your top 10.
Been a number of guys.
So I was going to run through the top 10 for the viewers. I've got Justin Ruggie leading ahead of Terry Nightingale, about 12 seconds back. Josh Muggleton 3rd, Jared Philsell in 4th. 5th is Tony Aldridge, Brad Ryan in 6th. Great comeback from Brad Ryan. Sanjin Dalalik and then Bo Cattell in 8th, Matt Nefficote in 9th, and rounding out the top 10.
Brad Ryan, he stopped at
Dave
the
Mayer.
start-finish line. Sorry, sometime to Brad
Yeah,
Ryan, he's towed.
Whilst that was happening, yeah, Brad Ryan, he's parked it on pit straight. He's come into the final turn there, Murray's, and just caught the grass, flicked him back into the inside wall in a big way, and that's ended his race. Also, however, at the same time, Tony Autridge came into the pits, and that moved Sanjin Dalalik up into 5th place.
Big contact with the wall for Brad Ryan. Very unfortunate. He was showing great pace, and it's just such a simple little mistake, and that's not over for Brad Ryan. Disappointing result.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate it happened that instant earlier in the race, and he's had a terrific fight back. Not what you want to see, but that's racing. Oh, I've got Paul Rudd at the top of Philamy Park, driving the wrong way down up the road, trying to get out of everyone's way. The glory of Jean's rough.
And he's looks like he's got a bit of doubt. I mean, he's just waiting to find a spot that is safe to turn around. It's obviously he had himself a bit of a moment coming through. He still can't find an open space in the traffic to get going, and it looks like he does. But we'll see if we can find out exactly what happened to Paul. Looks like there's a lot of smoke in front of him, and maybe he just got caught unsighted, and a lot of curb, but hard hit into the wall. He's actually lucky not to have damaged his engine after that. It was one of the, I think it was one of the Finn cars that was leaving a lot of smoke.
No, it was the Net Virtue car of James McKnight.
Sorry. Yeah, James McKnight leaving a big pile of smoke behind him. Barely see anything.
And we've got a battle now between 6th and 7th, is it?
Tony Autridge and Sanjin Dalalik and Tony Autridge.
Yeah.
5th and 6th.
5th and 6th, and not far behind them is Bo Cattell.
Tony Autridge just made another pit stop. He's made 4 pit stops versus the default strategy of 3. So
yeah, Autridge was in just a lap ago. Probably took clean tyres as well and is carrying a bit of pace over Sanjin. But Bo Cattell is looking like he's going to range into this fight very shortly. But these two fighting very, very hard.
Oh, Bo Cattell, Sanjin, they're all dicing for track position and really playing mind games with each other with car positioning. It's great to see.
Check back in, we've got Jared Philsell still holding station just behind Josh Muggleton. Pretty much consistent lap times between the two of them. The Muggo's just done a 2:02.2, the fastest lap of the race.
Leads me to believe that during those earlier stints he was just playing the long game. Brendan O'Brien, I think that was, just getting off the pace, trying to let them through, and it almost caught Josh Muggleton out there.
We've seen Brenton O'Brien a little bit this race catch a few of the leaders out as they've been making their way past.
Now with the pace that Muggleton's carrying, it's still actually Philsell who is the quicker of these two drivers. But he just hasn't been able to find a way past. His car looks a lot stronger over the top of the mountain. Looks like it's a lot smoother over the top than Muggleton's car is. But Muggo very, very, very strong down the bottom end, which is where you need to be to make your passes.
Bo Cattell sticks the nose out on Sanjin Dalilak coming into Held Corner. Can he get the move done? He's late on the brake. Oh, there's a little bit of contact, but I think it was just... It's alright, Sanjin kept it on track. Both keep moving on and keep going. That was a great move. Back to the third and fourth. And that big question mark over Terry. He's, by my calculations, he'll be running out of fuel in about 5 laps maybe. Only 9 laps
to go in the race. You see right here, this is, look how close the Philsell gets over the top of the mountain. But Muggo able to stretch his legs down Conrod straight. and it's just not enough for Phil Sell to find a way past right now.
I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone. We've reached the $1,000 mark in the donations for ROC7, so well done to everyone that's donated. Josh's brother Jared just gets out of the way of the two guys battling for the podium position.
That's an incredible result for everyone to donate it and raise that much for such a great cause. McGrath Foundation supporting families living with cancer and cancer research. Do such a great job, and I know myself I've had cancer touch my family in a number of ways, and I'm sure many people have as well. So we've got Carl May and Simon Black going side by side up in the Griffins. What else is that? Is that one of the
It's
that Terra
a lap car.
It's Terra 9 car is lapping them. Would have been a little bit of a heart-mouth moment there for Terry. It's like Josh Muggleton again has Jared all over the back of him, just cannot escape him over the top of the hill.
Ooh, Muggo got very, very close to the Fujitsu wall there.
Oh, he's touched the wall during the middle grade.
Yeah, slight tag on the rear quarter there by Muggo.
Very easy place to do it. It's a very off-cambered, downhill, steep corner. It's fast. It's easy to make a mistake, but hopefully it hasn't hurt him too much. Just looking back from Muggo at the moment, and again touching the wall. Has this given Jared the incentive he needed? No, Muggo's really, really good drive out of Forest Elbow.
Yeah, his car looks tremendous down Conrod and up Mountain Straight as well.
He's pushing really hard, Muggo. The times don't seem to be affecting Jared Philsell with his tyre situation, if that's what he did, not take tyres at the last pit stop.
Now, if you do want to donate to the McGrath Foundation, it's not too late. Head to donate.v8online.com.au. Great cause, great charity. We appreciate everything you guys can give, how little, how big, it all makes a big difference.
Of course, Seb, I think he'll stay up for a few days or a week after tonight's event.
Most certainly will. Looks like Tony Ortridge and Bo Cattell are in a heated battle too, coming into the chase. Sanjay Delalak's been dropped off that. He was involved in that battle there for a little while, but Bo Cattell looking to sneak himself a top 5 result. Not a bad effort.
No, he started 18th on the grid, so he's kept it clean and straight and moved up quite a few spots.
Bo Cattell obviously had an interview with the boys at Short Shift from V8 Online a couple of weeks ago for episode 2, and great insight into how Bo got his start into iRacing, and very nice character.
He definitely looks like he's got a bit of pace over Orchards at the moment. About 3/10 quicker the last time by, half a second behind. But we've seen catching's one thing, of course passing another. Although his car does look very good this late stage in the race.
Carwin May and Dave Oliver, 14th and 15th, they're nose to tail coming down Conrod. With Dave Oliver thinking about having a look into the chase. It's been a popular overtaking spot as it is in real life, and Dave Oliver dives out. Will he have the run through the kink? Looks like he's going to get the job done. Can he get the He does. Great move by Dave. Oh, big two-wheel!
Two-wheel action through the chase.
Woo!
Dave Oliver grabs a lot of curb, and we see that multi-21 roof just tipped nearly up on its side. Would have given Carmen May a good scare.
Yeah, I'm sure it gave Dave Oliver a good scare as well. That was a bit of a wild ride there. He'll be just catching his breath now.
Now these guys fighting as hard as they've been at it for a number of laps. Behind them on track, we've got Josh Muggleton and Jared Philsell coming up. So of course, these guys they've got every right to race as hard as they like. They could play into the battle for third place.
I think Bocatel must have had a mistake somewhere. He lost a lot of time and lost the position to Sanjin and then just got the position back. He was right on the back of Tony Aldridge and now it's only just in front. He's lost about 8 seconds.
Yeah, as he makes his way back past Sanjin in the chase. So he's back into his original position, but he's a long way behind Tony Aldridge.
Muggo on the outside at Metal Grade. Oh, he makes contact with Marwin May. Just a small overlap, still side by side. Muggo finally sweeps around to take the position. Philsell going to try and make it past at the same time.
He does.
Manages.
Good presence by Carwin May there. Knew what was happening. He was lucky to not get more contact by that, but good positioning to just stay out of trouble and keep that battle going.
Once again, we see that still through all that traffic between Muggo and Philsell remains about half a second. They've got clear strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the track. Muggo going to make his way around Dave Oliver.
Jason Brooks and Dean McCarley going into Murray's almost side, but Dean dives it in, gets 12th place off Jason.
Oh, Terry Nightingale spun. It's put Josh Muggleton off him. Josh Muggleton's in the wall.
Oh, he's big damage.
Oh, Terry Nightingale's balked Josh Muggleton there. He's spun at the chase again.
Have to go get a replay of that and find out exactly what happened.
Oh, that's a real shame for our guy in third spot. He's looking at a podium spot there, Josh Muggleton.
Looked like a bit of a mess because there wasn't actually any contact, but Nightingale was rejoining the track, and as that was happening, Muggo went off in a big way. Not sure if he was reacting to the red roof of Nightingale positioned on the wrong side of the track, or if he lost it on his own, but either way, Muggleton's going to be out of the race.
I'm hearing from a TTR, one of their team managers, that a screen stuffed up, so might be talking about Josh Muggleton. Maybe he had a problem with his screen.
Actually, I need to correct myself there. He has managed to carry on. The damage wasn't as big as it looked to me at first, but he's lost a number of positions, and that puts Philsell up into second place, which is going to make it ANZ 1-2 for these guys.
It's an incredible result for these boys. They've shown great pace all week. They both had great results and great races. Plenty of trouble through the way in the qualifying A and B races on Saturday night, but both shown they have the goods to make it through. Looks like Dave Mayer may have found the pits as well. Josh Muggleton has he's disappeared. I don't know what's happened to Josh now, but he's no longer on track. And Terry Nightingale, my calculation's correct, he'll be coughing in the next lap or two.
So this has mixed up the running order in a big way towards the end of the race, but one thing that has remained constant is the stranglehold that Justin Ruggier has got over this event at the moment. 15 seconds clear back to his teammate. Nightingale remains in third for the time being, with a question mark over his fuel status. Aldridge fourth, Cattell in fifth place, all the way from 18th on the grid. Matthew Nethercote 6th, Sanjin Lilac 7th, Guy Leach in 8th. There's been some intense fights for the back half of the top 10. Dave Mayer for Overclockers AU in 9th, and Marlon McMullen finds himself in 10th position. He started 47th grid. Also, Nightingale in the lane.
I went back and had a look at what happened to Josh Muggleton. He lost it coming into Reed Park and had huge damage, bounced over the fence, so it was race over for Josh Muggleton.
That's unfortunate for Josh Muggleton. He was having a great race and was looking for a good result, but just on the topic of Marlon McMullen, he does look like he has a bit of damage to the right-hand side of his car. Looks like he's gotten into the wall somewhere, but still, he's got to be happy with that. Top 10 result, did start right dead last from pit lane, I believe it was, and is able to drive all the way up into the top 10. That's an incredible result.
Now, Nightingale has made a pit stop. He's topped himself up with fuel, just enough to get home. The margin that he and back to Tony Orchard, however, and I think Orchard did the same thing, means that Nightingale has managed to hold himself in third position.
Oh, Justin Ruggie is around at the chase. He spun.
Oh, that's...
Oh, and he's nearly get taken out by Luke Pitts coming around.
Sure, Luke Pitts wasn't expecting that.
Justin's had quite a margin over Jared Pilsell, who was in second spot.
I'll try to find out exactly what happened to Justin there as he came down into the chase. Fatigue will be coming into play now with these boys. They've been racing for a long time, over 2 hours now.
Of course, his 16-second lead's down to 8 seconds now, and we know Justin's on a fuel saver for a win. He's still not out of the question for Jared.
So with that, 3 laps in the race. But we have seen already a number of times tonight that a lot can happen in 3 laps. We've seen this race turned on its head a number of times. There's been a lot of things changing throughout it all. Drivers coming and going. Of course, the dominant driver tonight, Josh Muggleton, led 27 laps and is unfortunately out of the running.
Guy Leach and Sanjin Delilac find themselves in a battle for 7th and 8th position. These guys have been in plenty of action tonight and still got good looking cars out there. Almost got caught unsighted with Paul Rudd slow going down towards turn 1. Paul just trying to get out of the way and maybe just caught them out a little bit. So it looks like Sanjin almost had Guy Leach up on the inside of him. So we've got Dean McCarley, Michael Yeo and Jason Brooks all fairly close together with only 3 laps to go. This simple little mistake and you could lose a couple of spots very quickly for these guys.
Yeah, it's been a good fight back from Michael Yeo. I had a look at one stage, I think it was down in 34th position, so to get back into 16th, he's done quite good. And Jason Brooks has a moment coming out of Forest Elbow.
He's kept it off the wall though, fortunate enough to get away without any damage.
Go see if I can get that up on a race recall for everyone at home. And again, a big shout out to the guys at Race Centre. I hope you guys are enjoying the racing and the broadcasting, and Jason is enjoying himself too. He's been putting on a good effort tonight, and he was quite lucky. He kept it out of the wall, just seemed to get a bit of a slide on and was able to catch it up. But look at the gap at the front, only 6 seconds now.
Yeah, of course, Justin's in fuel-saving mode. That spin would not have helped his fuel consumption, getting the car going. And
Jared, last
Jared's
lap,
full ball.
201.9, almost a tenth off his fastest lap of the race. That guy, he is pushing hard at the moment.
Keep in mind, we think he's got 30-lap old tyres on that car.
It doesn't seem to be slowing him down any at the moment, because he's a full more than 2 seconds quicker than Justin Ruggier that last time by. 6 seconds is the gap from the lead through to second place. There's only 2 laps left in this race.
The white flag at the line, so lap and a half to go. Is that too much of a margin for him to pull in to Justin Ruggier, his teammate?
Now the fuel thing is quite sensitive for some. Sanjin Delilac into the lane. I'm guessing that he has just miscalculated somehow or hasn't been able to save what he needs. Because Sanjin in from 7th.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I know Justin quite well, being in his team, and he will be very heavy on fuel. He's heavy. Every car he drives, he's very heavy on fuel, so I hope there's someone there looking after him with that.
He's heading down Conrod Straight for the second to last time.
Sometimes to Jared. He's lost a lot of time. He's had a spin at Forest Elbow.
He has. It looks like he's done that all by himself. He's turned it into Forest Elbow and just picked up the throttle just a little bit too early. Kept it off the wall. But that's going to be Heartbreak there for Jared Filsell, who was probably in with a shot there, but Justin Ruckier is going to cross the start-finish line to commence the final lap of the race. He heads through Hell Corner for the last time and makes the big run up Mountain Straight. He's got a 20-second gap now back to second position, so he's just got to keep himself on the road and make sure he manages that fuel.
Been an incredible drive by Justin. Down alright. Was actually, got to remember guys, he was on his roof at one point. I think it was about lap 8 or 9. Big contact with Josh Muggleton and Brad Ryan after a great battle those three were having.
Yeah, and you can't count out Brad Ryan too. I mean, he was the unfortunate one in that instant. He's the one that lost most of the time, had to make an extra pit stop. And also Terry Nightingale, without those couple of spins that he did, I think it would have been those two fighting for the lead.
But with all of that though, of course, the one driver who managed to probably make the fewest mistakes out of those front few, who's managed to keep his wits about him and hold on and do everything he needed to do till the end, it's Justin Ruggier, who is looking like he's on his way to victory in Race of Champions. You can see that he is saving fuel, he's managing that fuel situation as Marlon McMullen comes around to unlap himself. Justin makes the run down Conrod Straight for the final time. Just the final few sequences of corners to go, and then you'll have victory in Race of Champions 7.
I can picture Justin now. He'll be staring at his fuel numbers going, come on baby, you can get there.
That's Marlon McMullen in the top 10 from 47th on the grid, so awesome effort by Marlon McMullen.
I'm sure he feels like he's passed everybody, and he can say to himself right now he even passed the leader on the way. But Ruggier heading down in the braking zone for Murray's Corner for the final time. He turns it in, takes a neat and tidy line. He's crossed the start-finish line, takes the win of Race of Champions 7.
Yeah, very good drive from Justin. We mentioned the other quick guys, but Justin was the one that was able to keep it the straightest. So he takes the win, and Jared crosses the line for ANZ 1-2 in ROC 7.
Great to see those guys finishing in the positions that they did, and that's also then a 1-2 for the new sponsors, Tag Pest Control.
Terry Nightingale comes around the final corner. He's going to get home in third place. A story of what could have been with those spins he had. He had great pace, fastest lap of the race. He could have been in there for the win tonight. Unfortunate for a few mistakes, but good drive. Tony Autridge comes home in 4th position. Bo Cattell in 5th. Matt Nethercote will come around to the final corner. He'll finish in 6th place. Great drive by Matt.
Guy Leach finds himself in 7th position coming through the chase at this point. He had an up and down race, found himself with some pretty heavy damage at one point, so to bring it home in 7th place, he's going to be mighty happy with that, I expect.
Sanchin Delilah coming into the chase for the final time. He's had a very exciting race, been involved in a lot of great battles and had a couple of unfortunate incidents, but still managed to keep it down on track. Good result. He's coming around. He will take the checker flag in 8th position.
Yeah, and Dave Mayer from Overclocker's team, we haven't really spoken much about Dave, but a fantastic effort to finish in the top 10 in 9th spot.
Marlon McMullen, who will be the last car in the lead lap. After unlapping himself that last lap, he will come home in 10th place. What an incredible drive from Marlon. Started 47th on the grid, drove his way up into 10th position. This shows what persistence and keeping it clean can do for you. Other people's mistakes and some clean racing. Good effort. Well done, Marlon.
McMullen completing the top 10 also completes the cars on the lead lap of the race. So a fantastic effort to see that many cars crossing the line on the same lap as the leader, because there was just so much happening out there. Brilliant job by everybody involved.
Justin Ruggier and his teammate Jared Filsell just doing a few celebratory burnouts. It's a great result for this team, new sponsors on board. I'm sure they're going to take this momentum into the coming V8 Supercar season.
I won't lie, I'm pretty happy with that result.
I'm sure you would be, Brooksy.
Team boss, obviously, of ANZ, Clayton Brooks, so you'll be happy about that. But what an incredible race, guys. How was that?
we weren't really able to focus on too many of the battles tonight because there was so much happening in that top 4 or 5 cars. But yeah, what a race! The lead swapped and changed quite a few times, and you could not pick a winner until that last stint. Like, not a winner as such, but you could not pick who was going to take that race by the horns and run with it.
And there are so many that had an opportunity to put themselves in a position to win as well. Ruggier obviously did everything right, but then Muggleton led the majority of the race. Nightingale had tremendous pace in there as well, probably the fastest driver out there. Philcell as well came on very strong at the end. But guys in there as well, just the strategy, the incidents, there was so much you had to get right, and to see, wow, all of that happen, I'm still a bit lost for words as to just to everything that we've witnessed tonight.
It's been an incredible race of champions, and I tell you what, I'm very proud to have been able to bring this to everyone. It's been incredible racing and great sportsmanship by everyone out there for such a great event. We've broken over $1,000 for the McGrath Foundation. It's not too late to donate if you wish to. Donate.v8online.com.au. Show your support. Whatever you can give, even $1 makes a big difference to supporting families living with cancer and cancer research. So everyone get in there and show your support.
Yeah, jump on, guys. We've gone over the $1,000 mark, which is terrific. But like we said, it's going to be open for a few more days or even a couple of weeks yet, the donate button. So jump on there and do what you can with the J. McGrath Foundation.
Looks like we've got a few drivers jumping in into the box after an exhausting few hours. I'm sure they're happy to be over and enjoying themselves. Looks like we've got our race winner joining us, Justin Ruggier. Justin, how was that, buddy?
Yeah, well, the end wasn't ideal, was it? Had a spin there, but my door, it was as if someone was trying to break into my house, mate, and it just put me off guard big time. So, embarrassing, but went outside, there's no one there, so I don't know what's going on, man, but yeah, it was fantastic for the team, and my second race of champions win now, which is great. Wasn't ideal at the start. We had contact, me and Muggo, but it was just a racing incident. Then I touched Tony there when he braked a bit early, so I had to readdress. And after that, mate, head down, bum up, and my eyes were on Terry. And when he went past me, I had to save fuel and just got home. So mate, no one helping me. It was good. Had it on mute the whole time, and just fantastic to come away with it.
Sorry.
I was going to say, we mentioned not one of the top running guys was without incident in that race. Everyone had their fair share of dramas. We weren't really sure who was going to grab the ball by the horns and run with it, and you certainly did that in that last stint.
Yeah, I was lucky. The first stint I was saving quite hard. The last stint I was too. The middle stint, after losing so much time and obviously rolling the car, I had to just press on, and then I was going to worry about the last stint when I got there, knowing what position I was in. And I knew Terry, I knew he was going to stop because he stopped about 2 laps before me. So I knew I was in a good position, but like I said, I just got thrown way off guard at the end there. I just heard this massive noise at the front of my house. I just don't know what it was, but anyway, it's fantastic to come away with a win, and we're all pressing really hard. It was fantastic, the top 10 there, and the back markers were pretty good too. So it's just great to get another win on the board.
And looking back at your race, I'm sure, I think it was about lap 7 or 8, the fact that you ended up on your roof at one point, surely you didn't think the win was in hand.
When I got the car eventually back on its wheels, it was damaged, but it was very drivable. And again, I was able to save fuel as well, sitting everyone's toe. Jared was doing a brilliant job, middle stint there, taking me with him as well, and he was just flying, mate. So I knew, and credit to Terry too. He was going really hard, but again, I was saving fuel pretty much, after that middle stint. So I just run my own race and not run someone else's, and it's always paid dividends for me when I've done that, and tonight it has.
Certainly didn't look easy out there for you, mate. We know that you had some big challenges to overcome, but just finding the opportunity to get everything together is certainly not easy by any stretch. But 14 seconds lead you managed to come away with. You made it look easier than the others had. But how's it feel to get another one of these under your belt, Ruggs?
It feels fantastic, especially being away for so long. Been struggling a bit with me new pedals, and it seems to come to grip now. I had a mad race the other night at the Daytona as well, starting off pole and led most of the race until got involved in some incidents. But it just feels good to be back, man. Got a lot of momentum. Great team, great guys, great sponsors. I'm looking forward to a very exciting year, not only in my sim racing, but in my real racing. So can't wait to announce that kind of stuff in the next couple of weeks as well. So it's a very exciting year for Justin Regier and the support crew.
Well, that's it, mate. Congratulations on the win. We'll wish you all the very best for the future, for the real life events, and for the new season of the iRacing V8 Supercar Series. Best of luck, buddy.
Cheers, mate. It means a lot, and it's I appreciate everyone that gave me support when I was overseas with my brother in India. All the messages and that I was getting, and then when I got back onto the iRacing series, all the private messages that everyone sent me. So very humbling, and thank you very much for all the support, guys, and well done to all the other competitors.
Speaking of teammates, the ANZ Motorsports crew was mentioned in having new sponsors on board, and Jared Filsell able to bring his car across the line in second for a 1-2. Well done there, Jared. How was your race?
It was really good. I got off to a bit of a slow start. I had a really bad frame rate issue at the start there. I don't know why, but I heard a few people having the same issues, and I actually clipped the wall coming out of the dipper, and I bent my steering, and that used my race set, and I was just crabbing along for the first little stint there, but I didn't lose too much time to the leaders.
You're carrying a remarkable amount of pace there in the middle section of the race. There were some sections where you were lapping over a second quicker than some of the other competitors, and you were very close to having the fastest lap of the race. One of the only drivers down in the 201s. You just look super quick out there, mate. Where's all that time come from?
I don't know. Just being a bit committed, I guess. Being a bit ballsy across the top. That's what you get most of the time.
That's it, mate, and you need that sort of stuff in the V8 Supercar, of course. You mentioned that that's where you feel more comfortable. So how do you feel heading into the new season in just a week's time?
Oh, yeah, I'll put a lot of practice ahead this week because I haven't driven at Motorsport before. So, yeah, hopefully I can get a good setup going and be up the front.
Well, we'll be there bringing all of the action to all the viewers for V8s Online, and it'll be good to see you in for a full season, Jared. Nice that you joined us, or managed to join us in these top split events, and I'm sure that you'll be looking forward to a very strong season.
Yeah, that's it. Can't wait for a full season of top split racing. It's so tough and so competitive there. That's how I like it. It's good.
Well, looking through the numbers here, I think we've got a few other drivers in here. We'll go to Marlon McMullen next. One of our biggest movers of the field. Started in 47th position, dead last, and drove your way up to 10th, mate. Well driven.
Yeah, it was an interesting race, that one. I actually elected to start from the pits, and wasn't really the best option in the end because I realised I dropped 20 seconds to the next bunch of cars. So, I had heads down, bums up, and pushed it away and started pumping out. I think I started doing 202s, flats and something, I don't even know. And then, fortunately, whacked the wall, absolutely slammed the wall, and slammed it again the next couple of laps, slammed it again, and it fixed the car up and made it go even quicker for some odd reason. I don't know if it was a little bit more aggression, and yeah, just punted it away and, got around all the casualties and just kept it clean till the end, really.
You really flew under the radar, especially of us in the commentary box. It was when you unlapped yourself there on the last lap that we really noticed that you got jumped into the top 10 and that you started from last position. Did you have hopes of getting the top 10 from 47th on the grid?
Yeah, actually, before the race, I was joking with Craig. I was going, if we come away with 10th from dead last, that would be absolutely sensational. And here we are. So that's one of those things. And it was awesome feeling to unlap myself at the end. I mean, that was awesome. So yeah, really happy with that race.
And oh yeah, you go, Leo.
I was going to say, mate, I did make the little joke that you'd feel like you would have passed everybody out there, passing or moving up 37 positions, and you did get the opportunity to then pass the race leader. So it must have felt good out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of a kick down that I missed qualifying. I came in with, I think it was 2 minutes 7 left, so it wasn't enough to get around to do a lap. So yeah, elected to do the safe thing, and it ultimately paid off in the end. So yay.
The next driver we might have a chat to is 5th spot, Bo Cattell. New team this season, mate, and top 5 in ROC. You must be pretty happy with your effort.
Yeah, it was a good race. Just tried to stay clean, had a couple of spins, and got the fuel saving over pretty early, so I just went head down and yeah, tried to get a good result, and it paid off.
Yeah, of course, come from 18th spot on the grid. Was that the plan, just keep it clean, not try and getting too many battles with people?
Yeah, essentially it was just try to keep consistent and not spin, but I still managed to twice. Yeah, no, it was good. Just wanted to be up there, and I honestly didn't think I'd end up as high as I was, so it was good.
And of course, joining ANZ for this season, you are looking forward to the V8. It must be giving you a new spring in your step.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very keen for the season to start. I've been wondering what to do this week, because usually I just sit in the V8 and practice it, but yeah, can't come soon enough. So tomorrow I'll be on the track practicing Mosport.
Well, best of luck, Bo. And just looking through the thing, we got another driver joining us, Craig Dorr. Craig, how was your race, buddy?
Yeah, it was not too bad. Started from 40th position down the back there, and like Marlon said, we had a plan where we just wanted to keep our nose as clean as they could, and I brought the Powerbomb roof home in 23rd place, so I'm really happy at that. I made a couple little mistakes out there, as most of the guys probably did at some point, but to bring it home, I'm really happy.
Yeah, we caught you a few times on the broadcast. It looked like you were having a good race, so good result, mate. It's good to get to the end of the race and then finish up. You're only a couple of laps down, so in the calibre of the field, you should be quite proud of that. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm quite proud of myself and really happy. I knew it was nowhere near the pace of the front leading guys, but I thought if I can just get around without any incidents and finish, I would be very happy.
Well done, mate. Well done. And joining us, we've got a couple of very special characters who've put in many hours getting this event up and running for everyone, and we can't thank you guys enough for all the hard work you've done behind the scenes. Mike Karloff, Andrew Wallace, and Simon Black. How'd that go, boys?
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting one. We have a good race. I only saw it from my driver's seat, but yeah, pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it looked like a...
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
It from an admin point of view, fantastic race, and most enjoyable to watch and to admin, because we really didn't have to do too much. So Andy Wallace, Jason Spriggs, myself sat back and kept an eye on everything. But yeah, it was an easy one this year, and no wildlife or fauna on the circuit, so no need for yellow flags. And no need to get the flame suit out of the cupboard for tomorrow.
Well, we did make mention during the broadcast that the standards of driving out there was absolutely incredible. So you guys should be very, very proud of everything you've achieved this Race of Champions. It's a new format, opening it up to everyone out there. And word in, we've broken over $1,000 in donations. So you guys should be pretty proud of that.
Yes, most excellent, and a couple of very generous donations there as well from John and Tim Roach as well, who didn't race tonight but's been in other Race of Champions with us before.
Yeah, that's great news. It's good to hear, and thank you very much to all who donated. It's it's a really worthy cause, and we're really proud to be able to put it forward at OSR as a group, as an organisation, and donate the money, which is great. You can still donate. The donation line will be open for a while yet. From a driving standards point of view, certainly we found the evening very good. We watched a lot of drivers, and there was some really good back markers there that made the best of what they had on a narrow circuit, with leaders coming through and coming at them very, very quickly. They all did a pretty good job. There were a few incidents, a few little coming togethers, and a few miscommunications, but overall, from an admin side of view, we were really impressed with all the drivers out there and how well they tried to do the right thing all of the time. There were really no one doing anything dumb. There were some incidents, but really nothing to mention.
Just wanted to say that overall the event, I don't know whether it was the car, the track, the format, or possibly a combination of all of that, just really made for one awesome motor race the whole way through. I felt like from start to finish that there was nothing really that was 100% certain, and right until the very, very end, that final lap there was nothing set in stone. The top 10 shootout was a brilliant event, but this race the whole way through was just remarkable. Well done, guys.
You're most welcome. I'm glad we could put it all together for you, and we really should put a shout out there for Simon Black, who's done a lion's portion of the work. He really has made sure everything has gone together as it should, and we've all discussed it and gone in line and taken our positions, but Simon really has put in a massive effort, and really should be congratulated on that from the rest of the OSR team.
Yeah, and a big congratulations to Seb and Leo and Brooksy for another really good event that they've broadcasted too.
Yes, and thank you for JD's help in there as well, and big thank you to Mike and Andy and Sprigsy for doing the admin side of things.
Yeah.
Welcome.
It's a pleasure, guys. It's from a VAS Online standpoint, we love doing it, and yeah, we wouldn't have it any other way. So big thanks.
Yeah, no worries, guys. What do you got in store for ROC8? How can you go bigger than this? This has gone over 3 big nights now.
I think we'll probably go. We'll have a bit of a throwback in ROC8, and we'll go back to secret cars and tracks for that one, and then for ROC9 later in the year, we'll go back to Bathurst.
It's an incredible track, but yeah. So there we go. Back to four races over 2 nights with 4 different cars, looking like maybe.
Yeah, I'd say that'd be the case, and we'll chuck a wild card in there too, so nobody really knows what they're going to get. And yeah.
Sounds exciting. Keep everyone guessing.
Take it back to its roots a little bit.
Very nice. Well,
yeah, no, great event you guys put on too. Thank you very much for putting it on.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Well, from a commentator's point of view, Leo, Brooksy, any thoughts on how that went?
Well, I think I pretty well summed up my thoughts just before then. I was there's some races that you can look at and have a bit of an idea in the lead up or a bit of an idea beforehand of what to expect, but nothing could have prepared us for tonight. Even though Ruggier started on the pole, I don't think he was any certainty for a win, but a brilliant race and awesome to be a part of.
Yeah, I'm the same with Leo. I think at the start of the race there, we all picked Phil Sell, Ryan, or Muggleton to win, not the pole sitter Ruggier, and he's gone through and won it. And it's just one of those races. No one could predict what was going to happen, and that's what you like to see, and that's what keeps the viewers coming back. So I'm glad that's what we got tonight.
Yeah, I have to definitely agree with the standards of driving. There was some fantastic racing, some great side-by-side action. I was expecting a lot more mistakes after what we saw on Saturday night, and but just the quality of racing out there tonight was just incredible, and the overall event was absolutely ecstatic. And I have to say, we've been currently live, pushing on 4 hours now, 4 hours and 15 minutes almost, so I think it's almost time for bed.
Excellent job, guys.
We'll say to you, thanks again to yourself, Seb, for doing all the director work. Thanks to everybody else involved through all sorts of roles that they've got. So we are going to wrap things up from here. Big thanks to all the viewers, everybody for watching, all the drivers for being involved. It's been an exciting night, and thanks for watching OSR's Race of Champions 7, and the winner, Justin Ruggier.
It's a place where heroes are born and legends are created. Many will come to conquer it, but only one will tame it. This one person will be our champion. Their time is now. The mountain is calling.